Chapter 16 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 16. Incidents relating to the early history of Amsterdam and the Mohawk Valley. In 1609 Henry Hudson, an Englishman, discovered the East and North Rivers, the latter of which he ascended in his boat to Aurania, now Albany, and soon after sold his right privately to the Dutch West India Company. In 1614 the States General of Holland erected a fort at Albany and called it Fort Orange. In 1663 and '64 the colony was subdued by the English and became known as the Colony of New York. Albany was incorporated as a city in 1686. Albany County at that time comprised all of the land north as far as Canada and all of the lands west. At this time the present state of New York was possessed by the Iriquois and Canada by the Algonquins, the rivals of the Six Nations. Up to the burning of Schenectady in 1690, that village was the frontier settlement in the west, its neighbors being Fort Orange on the east, 15 miles away, and Tiononderoga, a Mohawk Indian village, on the west, now Fort Hunter. About 1710 the German Palatines and some Holland Dutch from Schenectady settled along the Mohawk River, but located in every instance except one on the south side. This exception was one Giraldus Camfort, who secured a small grant of 20 acres in what is now the town of Amsterdam, on April 22, 1703. On November 2, 1708, the notorious Canajoharie patent was given to Nanning Hermans and 12 others, conveying about 700,000 acres, which included all of the land in the present town of Amsterdam, east of Guy Park, through Perth, Broadalbin, and part of what is now Saratoga County. This grant was evidently fraudulent, as the Mohawks were told that they were only granting enough land for 1 or 2 farms, whereas it embraced land 5 times greater than that of Manhattan Island. As soon as this great fraud was discovered by the Indians, they protested against it and resisted every attempt to settle on it. The patentees, as soon as they discovered how furious the Indians were at the deceit that would deprive them of such a great tract of their hunting grounds, desisted from all attempts to settle or sell any of this tract for a great number of years, hoping that in time the Indians would be driven from the valley and leave them in possession of their ill-gotten wealth. During Sir William Johnson's residence at Fort Johnson, he espoused the cause of the Indians in their desire to have this patent annulled. After a number of years, he succeeded in having this grant reduced to about 23,000 acres, which embraced the land in what is now known as the town of Amsterdam, east of Guy Park, and the town of Perth. Undoubtedly the contest over this patent, and the attendant hostility of the Mohawks, retarded settlements in Amsterdam for more than half a century, and the fact that Sir William could not procure lands near his estate at Fort Johnson on account of the Canajoharie grant was probably the reason that he concluded to build the town of Johnstown on lands he owned in that vicinity instead of in the valley. In 1788 all of the land in Montgomery County north of the Mohawk River was called Caughnawaga. Previous to that time this district and the land on the south side was called Mohawk. In 1793 this town was divided into the towns of Caughnawaga or Fonda, Amsterdam, Broadalbin, Mayfield, and Johnstown. In 1810 Old Montgomery County was the largest county in the state, its area being at that time 1,767,680 acres. Up to 1772, what is now Montgomery County was part of Albany County. In 1691 there were but 9 counties in the state, and Albany included all north of Ulster and Dutchess. An attempt was made to divide this county in 1769, but failed. A second petition was sent to the Assembly by Sir William Johnson in 1772, and a new county was formed called Tryon County, which embraced all of the state west of a line running due north of the Delaware River, through and along the eastern limits of the present counties of Montgomery, Fulton, and Hamilton to the Canadian line. It was named Tryon from the governor of the colony, and Johnstown was designated as the county seat on May 10, 1772. Governor Tryon was so devoted to the British interests that his name became obnoxious to the patriots of the valley, and in 1784 the name of the colony was changed from Tryon to Montgomery County, and comprised lands of the present counties of Fulton and Montgomery. In 1838 this county was again subdivided into 2 counties and named Montgomery and Fulton, Montgomery County being named from the patriot, General Richard Montgomery, who was killed in the attack on Quebec, December 31, 1775. He had acquired possession of Chambly, St. John's, and Montreal, thereby becoming master of the greater part of Canada. On August 29, 1735, Charles Williams and others were granted a patent for a tract of land in the town of Florida containing about 14,000 acres, which was soon after sold to Sir Peter Warren of New York, the uncle of Sir William Johnson. This tract of land extended from the Maybe patent, at the mouth of the Schoharie or Tiononderoga Creek, about 6 or 7 miles along the bank of said creek, to a point about midway between Mill Point and Burtonsville. Thence from that point, in a straight line about 8 miles long, to a point on the Mohawk River below Phillips Lock, about opposite Cranesville, and was triangular in shape. It was on this tract of land that William Johnson was located when he came to this country in 1738, at the age of 23 years. William Johnson was born in Warrentown, County of Downs, Ireland, in the year 1715. It is said that he fell in love with a young lady in Ireland, but was prevented from marrying her by her friends. About this time his uncle, Sir Peter Warren, made him a proposition to come to America and look after his landed estate, an offer he gladly accepted. He located at what was called Warren's Bush on the easterly border of the estate and the Mohawk River. He erected a small dwelling and store at a point on the Morris or John Blood farm, about midway between the brick mansion and the house of Walter M. Major, and about 1 mile from Alexander and Hamilton Phillips, brothers who had located at what is now called Phillips Lock somewhat earlier. As early as 1716, one Philip Grote, a member of one of the Dutch families that had settled at Rotterdam, made a purchase of land near Cranesville, and was probably the first white man that settled on the north side of the Mohawk in the town of Amsterdam. From that date until after the Revolution we do not find the names of any others who settled in this vicinity except the Sir William Johnson settlements at or near Fort Johnson, probably on account of the troubles over the Kayaderosseras grant. The grant to Philip Grote conveyed all of the lands between the creeks, about 1 mile, and as far north from the Mohawk as he might desire. This embraced the present site of Cranesville. The settler saw perilous times from the very beginning. It is recorded that Philip Grote, when removing hither, was drowned in the Mohawk near Schenectady by breaking through the ice. He was in a sleigh accompanied by a woman, who was also drowned. His widow and 3 sons, Simon, Jacob, and Louis, the latter being only 4 years old, with several domestics, made the intended settlement. They were the pioneers of Amsterdam, and were sturdy, courageous people, as evinced by the stories that are told of those early days that tried men's souls and bodies. In 1730 the Grote brothers erected a grist mill at what is now Cranesville, said to have been the first mill of the kind erected on the north side of the Mohawk, and for a time served the settlement at German Flats, 50 miles away. The first bolting cloth was put in by John Burns, a German, in 1772. J. R. Sims says, "In the summer of 1755, 200 troops clad in rich Highland tartans passed on their way to Fort Johnson, 6 miles above. Grote, observing a gate across the road had been left open by the troops, went after sundown to shut it. When returning, it began to rain, and for temporary shelter he stepped under a large oak tree. While there, 3 Indians, a father and sons, approached him. He took them to be Mohawks, and extending a hand to the oldest, greeted him in a friendly manner. The hand was received and firmly held by the Indian, who claimed Grote as a prisoner. Finding them in earnest and seeing them all armed with rifles, he surrendered. The Indians belonged to the Onondaga tribe. They took him to their settlement in Canada, where he was forced to run the gauntlet. He was soon after sold to a French Canadian named Louis de Snow, with whom he remained as a servant until the declaration of war between Great Britain and France, when he was claimed as a British prisoner, and for 6 months imprisoned in St. Francis's Way, near Montreal. He was finally liberated and returned home after an absence of 4 years and 4 months. The manner in which the town and city of Amsterdam was named is not generally understood, or rather in speaking of the occurrence we are apt to get dates mixed. We will have to rely upon tradition for the naming of the town, as there are no records of that event. Tradition says that shortly after Joseph Hagaman settled at the place now called Hagaman in 1787, having made some improvements on his homestead, he began the erection of a sawmill. At that time, 1788, all of the country north of the Mohawk was called the district of Caughnawaga. The scattered settlers had assembled for the purpose of raising the frame of Mr. Hagaman's sawmill. This must have been a great event to the settlers of this district, and undoubtedly the occasion called forth all the able-bodied men for miles around. Those who may have attended the raising of a frame for a large building 40 or 50 years ago will remember the immense beams and posts and girders which were first pinned together with wooden pins and then placed in position for raising. They will also remember that it was expected that the owner or contractor should furnish refreshments, sometimes sandwiches, often crackers and cheese, but always whiskey or rum. This was undoubtedly a notable gathering, brought there for a notable purpose, the erection of a sawmill, which was almost as necessary to the early settler as a grist mill, the one to furnish bread, and the other the material for constructing the dwellings of those hardy pioneers. Undoubtedly the neighbors came from all points of the compass, either on foot or horseback, or in the primitive vehicles of those early days, no coach, landau, cabriolet, coupé, or hansom in the procession, however. I can imagine that Captain Emmanuel de Graaf was there, and perhaps Lieutenant Peter Groot, proud of the wound he received at the Battle of Oriskany. Also George Schuler, Peter Van Warmer, and some of the Putnams and Hansons from Tribes Hill, Fred Lepper, William Klein, and some of the Swarts, Adam Sixbury, Nicholas, Isaac, Jeremiah, and Frederick de Graaf, and a number of Scotchmen from Perth and Galway. Perhaps some of the lads and lassies accompanied their elders to see the fun. No doubt the question of the division of the large district of Caughnawaga had been under discussion for some time, and the division lines practically decided upon. Naturally, the question of a name for the new town that was to be would be a proper subject for discussion, and when the name of Amsterdam was suggested and an informal vote taken, it was unanimously agreed upon. Upon the organization of the town at the final division of Caughnawaga in 1793, the wishes of the residents were respected, and the new town was named Amsterdam. The village at the mouth of the Chuctanunda was called Veddersburg until April 5, 1808, when at a town meeting, said to have been held in the house of James Allen, now a farmhouse owned by Stephen Sanford, being part of the Iriquois farm, the question of changing the name of the village from Veddersburg to Amsterdam was submitted to a vote, which resulted in a tie. James Allen, being president of the meeting, had a casting vote, and out of modest courtesy to the Dutch element decided upon the name Amsterdam. Most of the histories of Amsterdam place the date of this town meeting in 1804, but from the records of the town clerk of the town of Amsterdam, it would seem that the correct date is that given above. There is no record of the vote spoken of above having been taken, however. The first town meeting of the town of Amsterdam, after the division of the old town of Caughnawaga, was held at the house of Isaac Vedder, on the first Tuesday in April, 1794, at which time the following town officers were elected: Daniel Miles, supervisor; John P. Allen, clerk; James Allen, Joseph Hageman, Emmanuel de Graaf, assessors; James Allen, Emmanuel de Graaf, overseers of the poor; James Allen, Henry Kennedy, Emmanuel de Graaf, commissioners of highways; Nicholas Hageman, Adam Nave, probably Neff, constables; Albert H. Vedder, Mindert Wimple, James Allen, fence viewers; John Grote, poundmaster; James Allen, place of meeting for 1795, and a long list of overseers of highways. Building roads seems to have been their principal work, as it is the only business that is recorded in the books of the town clerk. Among the list of taxpayers in 1794 were Jeremiah de Graaf, Frederick de Graaf, Isaac de Graaf, John de Graaf, John de Graaf, Jr., Emmanuel de Graaf. On the tax roll for 1794 we find that the assessment of Jacob Schuyler was £412, Daniel Miles £429, Albert H. Vedder £320, William Klein £383, James Allen £266, Frederick de Graaf £260, John L. Grote £220, Ahasuerus Marcellus £211, George Schuler £217, Chris Peake £252, Nicholas Bratt £207, Ezra Thayer £211. At the town meeting held at the house of Captain John P. Allen on March 1, 1803, it was resolved that the town meeting for 1804 should be held at the house of Gabriel Manny, at Manny's Corners. At that time the place of meeting for 1805 was changed back to the house of James Allen, where it had been held since the organization of the town in 1794. At the annual meeting in 1808 it was resolved that the next town meeting be held at the meeting house in Vettersburg. And it is probable that the vote changing the name to Amsterdam was also taken at that time, 1808, as the record of 1809 says, "The annual town meeting was held in the meeting house in the village of Amsterdam." After that date up to 1812, which is as far as the record extends, the annual election was held at the house of Joseph Oosterhout, on Main Street, where the store occupied by Isaac Adler now stands. I have not been able to locate the house of Isaac Vedder, spoken of as being the place of the first election of officers for the town of Amsterdam. The only Vedder houses that I have been able to find is one that was occupied by Volkert Vedder, as laid down in the old map of 1807, and stood where the residence of Mrs. W. K. Green now stands, and the old Harmonis Vedder house, that formerly stood on the site of the present residence of Mr. Loren Kellogg. The latter Vedder house was known as the Cornelius Miller house, which now stands on the west side of William Street, where it was moved about 20 years ago. On a map made in 1807 we find two Vedder houses, one occupied by Harmon Vedder, standing where the dwelling house of Loren Kellogg now stands, which I have mentioned before. Residents of Amsterdam will remember this house as the old Cornelius Miller house, which was, within a few years, removed to the west side of William Street, and is now known as No. 12. The other house was, in 1807, owned and occupied by Volkert Vedder, and stood where the residence of Mrs. W. K. Green now stands. This house now stands on the north side of Green Street, and is known as Nos. 7 and 9, and belongs to the heirs of the late Mrs. James Bell. In one of these houses, probably the Cor Miller house, the first election in the town of Amsterdam was held. The election for 1795 was held at the house of James Allen. At what time previous to the above date the Allen house was built we are unable to state, probably not many years. It was in existence, however, in 1793. It was evidently built for a public house, and kept as such for a good many years. James Allen conveyed it to his son-in-law, William Davis. Davis conveyed it to Alfred Birch, who occupied it until 1851, when he conveyed it to Alex Scott, who conveyed it to John Chalmers, who conveyed it to Stephen Sanford, who now owns it. Another old house is the Gabriel Manny, Jr. house, on East Main Street, about 1/4 of a mile from Elk Street. For a number of years this house was occupied by a Mrs. Ellsworth, and subsequently by George Ross. It was formerly one of the numerous stage houses that were so frequently seen along the Mohawk Turnpike from 1795 to 1840. There were two Gabriel Manneys, the senior living at Manny's Corners, and the junior on the Mohawk Turnpike. Mr. Stephen Sanford is fortunate in being the owner of two of the oldest houses in Amsterdam, the old James Allen house on the Harricana farm, and the Thomas house on the Round View farm. The Thomas house was probably erected by Henry Thomas in 1797, as Mr. Sanford is in the possession of a brick taken from one of the chimneys bearing that date. This house and the Allen house are in excellent condition, and considering their run of a century and over, present a very sturdy appearance, owing to the heavy timbers used in their construction. The Thomas, or as it is sometimes called, the REID house, at Roundview, often attracts the attention of passers-by because it does not seem to be on a line with anything, unless it might be with the North and South Pole. This is accounted for by the fact that the old public road ran along what is now the rear of the house, which was formerly the front, as can plainly be seen by examining the rear door to the main hall. This door and casing is quite ornamental, and with its quaint sidelights reveals the antiquity of the building. In those days there was no roadway on the south bank of the creek by Green Hill Cemetery. Persons who are in the habit of passing Roundview have noticed a triangular piece of land leading from near the barn and coming to a point at a stone wall on lands of Samuel Clisby. The north fence of this lot was the north side of the old road which ran between the barn and the house, through the meadow and across the present road, and with a sharp turn, back into the field and through the center of the Half Moon Woods, and across the flats now covered by the waters of Kellogg Dam, passed the old Stone Oil Mill and entered the grounds of the present Green Hill Cemetery, by what is now the upper entrance opposite the old yellow house on the bank of the creek. Thence, following an easy grade up over the hill, the road came out at the present main carriage entrance to the cemetery, and so on down Church Street. This road was ordered straightened, as it is at present, and the width ordered 4 rods wide, December 14, 1809, the highway commissioners being David Shepard, Samuel Jones, and Duncan Stewart. It is thought that the dugway between Sanford's Dam and the Green Hill Cemetery was constructed a little later. The house at Roundview Farm was built in 1797 by Henry Thomas, and known as Henry Thomas's store, who probably conveyed the same in 1798 to William Thomas, who conveyed it to William Helling, January 14, 1806. Helling conveyed to William REID, February 3, 1824. William REID conveyed to Edward REID in 1841. Edward REID conveyed to Jane Dingman, who conveyed to William K. Green, Green to Richard Pierce, Pierce to R. H. Johnson, Johnson to Stephen Sanford, the present owner. While it was in possession of Mrs. Dingman, it was remodeled by changing the stairs in the main hall and by changing the front of the house to the south. Below this house on the south side of the road next below the J. Reed farmhouse is a building which I am inclined to believe was erected before 1794 and was the residence of Elisha Arnold, the father of Benedict Arnold and father-in-law of William Reed, both well-known businessmen between 1806 and 1850. William Reed was born at Speddock in the parish of Hollywood and county of Dumfries, Scotland, November 12, 1779, sailed from Greenock June 1, 1802, and arrived in the port of New York August 8 of the same year, and came immediately to Amsterdam, by sloop to Albany, on foot to Schenectady, and by bateau up the Mohawk River. He soon opened a school on the rocks at Rockton, where he taught for 4 years. In 1806 he married the daughter of Elisha Arnold, and a little later, in connection with his brother-in-law Benedict Arnold, kept a general store on Main Street. Contemporary with the above-named persons, at 1806, we find the names of Osias Bronson, the grandfather of James Bronson, who moved here in 1802, Timothy Downs, Daniel Miles, Tulloch, E. de Graff, Barnes, Vedder, DeForest, Blade, Roseboom, Waters, Thomas and Esmond, Matthew Bovey, and others. The house now known as the Voorhees Mansion was built by Garrett Roseboom the latter part of the last century, and was one of the numerous stage or road houses scattered along the Mohawk Turnpike in the early part of the last century. This quaint old building, both in its exterior and interior, bears the impress of antiquity. I lately called upon the two surviving members of the family, Messrs. Stephen and George Voorhees, and was most cordially received by those hale and hearty good fellows. At first I felt like sympathizing with Steve in his nearly lifelong affliction, but when I noticed how ready the younger brother was to use his eyes for the comfort and pleasure of the other, I was conscious that at home, at least, he did not feel the loss of his sight as when abroad. This old building, with its exterior of severe simplicity, is a landmark that cannot fail to attract the attention of passers-by. Architecturally, it cannot be called beautiful, but there are very few of our old residents who would care to have it marred by an attempt to modernize the structure. I think it was James G. Blaine who said that he did not like those changes that make an old building Queen Anne in front and Mary Anne behind. Approaching the place from Market Street, we first see the substantial stone wall and iron gate that is so familiar to all the young boys and the old boys of the last century. How many of the old boys that have grown up in our city can say that they have never played on top of this wall and under the shade of those venerable maples? Many of both sexes have pleasant memories of it as a trysting place in the moonlight in days gone by. I think it is remembered equally with the old pine tree at the end of the walk on East Main Street, which stood where the parsonage of St. Mary's now stands. The front of the mansion is practically the same as when built. The only change noticeable is in the wing at the east end, where the tall pillars which formerly reached to the roof and formed a high, narrow portico have been replaced by a two-story piazza. The house as seen from the street, with its plain white walls and antique doors and windows, would never be mistaken for a modern structure. The severely plain front door with its old-fashioned iron door-knocker representing the hooded head of an Egyptian princess, the latticed storm door of the wing, the stone flagging branching from the gate to the reach the two doors, are the same as when I first saw them in my childhood. But I miss the four plain white pillars in front of the wing that succumbed to the hand of time, and were replaced by the structure spoken of above. As we pass the front door we enter at once into a wide, long hall, with broad stairs at the end, with the usual slim balusters and handrail of polished mahogany grown dark with age. The room on the west side was formerly used as a parlor, and the woodwork of the doors and casing, and the mantel over the deep fireplace, show the ornamental molding and carving that we so often find in houses built a century ago. On the east side of the hall is a large, square room lighted by two windows in front. This room was the hotel office and bar room when the house was used as a roadhouse in the early part of the last century, and called the Roseboom House. Scattered among the modern pieces of furniture in this room are several pieces of dark mahogany or rosewood that are unique in their well-preserved antiquity. On the walls are two well-executed oil paintings of interest, one of which represents a very pretty woman of perhaps 25 years in the short waist and scant skirt in vogue in those early days. This is Mrs. Betsy Voorhees, the wife of Dr. Samuel Voorhees. The other painting is a portrait of an older woman, and is a very well executed likeness of Mrs. Reynolds, whose maiden name was Bartlett, and the mother of Mrs. Samuel Voorhees and Marcus T. Reynolds. The little cap that adorns the head is beautiful in its quaint simplicity. The Voorhees family, which includes the Amsterdam and the Florida branches, are descendants of Stephen Querte van Voorhees, born in 1600 at Hayes, Holland, and came to this country from before the village in April 1660, and settled at Flatlands, Long Island. The meaning in English of the Holland name Van Voorhees is "from before the Hees," van meaning from, voor meaning before, or in front of, and Hees being a small village about 5 miles from Ruinen, Holland, which contained in 1600 9 houses and about 50 inhabitants. Dr. Samuel Voorhees was a man of great individuality, and is remembered as a man of ability in his profession. His appearance in his later years was such as to attract attention. A spare man of medium height and a slight bend forward when walking, snow-white hair and whiskers, which he wore in long fringe around the edge of the jaw, his short, quick steps, and the ever-present cane was a familiar sight on Main Street for a great many years. He died November 1st, 1870. This brief account of the Voorhees family would not be complete if I failed to mention another member of the family, Mrs. Betsy Voorhees. She was a sister of the well-known lawyer Marcus T. Reynolds, and was a woman of great intelligence and marked force of character, who kept in advance of all the projects of reform advocated by her co-workers, Mrs. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucy Stone, and Mrs. Bloomer. She died February 8, 1858. Mr. Stephen R. Voorhees informs me that John V. Henry, at one time a prominent man in the village of Amsterdam, and also owner of Guy Park in 1805, was brother-in-law of Commodore Charles Wilkes of the American Navy. John V. Henry had a son who was named for the Commodore and called Wilkes Henry. He was a schoolmate of Stephen Voorhees in the old red schoolhouse that formerly stood where the East Main Street brick schoolhouse now stands, and which was burned in the great fire of the summer of 1856. Wilkes Henry, when a young man, went on a voyage with his uncle, the Commodore, in the exploring expedition of 1838 42, at which time they visited the Fiji Islands. Young Henry asked leave to go ashore with the boat crew. Permission being granted, they rowed for the shore, disappeared, and were never heard from again. It was always supposed that they were captured by the savages and roasted and eaten. It is said, however, that in later years the Fijis preferred the flesh of a nice plump female savage to a white man, as they found the flesh of a white man insipid, and having the flavor of tobacco. This reminds me of the questions of a young irrepressible who had been told a story of a missionary having been eaten by a cannibal. "Papa," he says, "will the missionary go to heaven?" "Yes," said the father. After a pause, the boy says, "Pa, will the cannibal go to heaven?" "No, of course not," says the father. "Pa," says the boy, "how can the missionary go to heaven if the cannibal don't?" In the year 1826, General Lafayette passed through Port Jackson on the Erie Canal on his way to the western portions of the state. It was not known that he was on the packet until it was near at hand, consequently no organized reception was made in his honor. However, about 50 of the residents hurried over in time to see him, but were so overawed at his presence that no one made an effort to speak to him. Among those who were present was Mrs. Samuel Voorhees, who transmitted to him a pair of fine worsted stockings knitted by herself of 100 stitches to the needle. Afterwards Mrs. Voorhees received a letter from Lafayette acknowledging their receipt and expressing thanks for the gift. Today this letter is one of the most valued possessions of the Voorhees family. They are also in possession of 6 mahogany chairs formerly the property of Sir William Johnson. Ozias Brownson Bronson came to Amsterdam in 1802 and later became a tenant on a farm belonging to Dr. Samuel Voorhees, who at that time lived in Amsterdam. Somewhat later, George W. J. Bronson, the son of Ozias, married a daughter of Garrett Roseboom, the builder of the Voorhees mansion. Anthony Roseboom, a brother of Mrs. George Bronson, was born in this house, and is still living in Fultonville at the age of 95 years. Mr. George Bronson and his bride went to housekeeping in the old yellow Voorhees house, which formerly stood on the north side of Main Street, near the site of the Yund block. Ozias Bronson subsequently bought a farm west of the village and built a farmhouse, which was afterwards burned to the ground. Our people have known this place as the Forbes Farm, which is now owned by St. Mary's Church, and used as a cemetery. In 1796, a bridge having been built across the Schoharie, a turnpike was opened from Canajoharie to Albany on the south side of the Mohawk River, and, with its extensions, called the Great Western Turnpike. In order to accommodate the tide of emigration up the Mohawk Valley, the Gate to the West, efforts were made to improve the thoroughfares, especially from Schenectady to Utica, and on April 4, 1800, a charter for the construction of the Mohawk Turnpike was granted. In 1802 or 1803, Seth Wetmore and Levi Norton came from Litchfield, Connecticut, and interested themselves in the turnpike enterprise. They, with Ozias Brownson, Hewitt Hill, and 3 others, formed the first board of directors. The turnpike was not constructed so much for stages as for transporting the immense quantities of merchandise and produce to and fro from Albany to Utica and Oswego, and subsequently to Buffalo and the Great West. The wagons used were ponderous vehicles drawn by 4 and sometimes 6 and 8 horses, and must have resembled the prairie schooners of the West with their canvas covers. To accommodate this great traffic, houses were built along the turnpike, and those already built were utilized for road houses, as they were called, for the accommodation of man and beast. These were equipped with a bar, a few beds, and large sheds. The farmers in those days would drive their own teams and take along provisions for themselves and their horses, and by paying a 6 pence for a bed and buying a quart of whiskey, would find a place under the shed for their teams. The stages were large Concord coaches, swung on leather thoroughbraces, with room for 6 passengers inside, and as many more outside, with 6 or 8 horses and a change of teams at every important stage house, and, as the road improved in later years, it is said to have been a stirring sight to see the experienced driver arrive at a hotel, with horses on a gallop, his long whip cracking over their heads, while his helper blew his horn with a toot toot toot, which was a signal for all the idle men and boys to gather to see the stage come in, which was the supreme event of the day. The following extract from Mr. Thurlow Weed's autobiography gives an interesting account of a stage journey on the Mohawk Turnpike in 1824. After speaking of his journey from Rochester, he says, "Nothing of special interest until we reach Sprakers, a well-known town that neither stages nor vehicles of any description were ever known to pass. Of Mr. Spraker, Sr., innumerable anecdotes were told. He was a man without education, but possessed strong good sense, considerable conversational powers, and much natural humor. Most of the stories told about him are so Joe Millerish that I will repeat but one of them. On one occasion he had a misunderstanding with a neighbor, which provoked both to say hard things of one another. Mr. Spraker, having received a verbal hotshot from his antagonist, reflected a few moments, and replied, "Ferguson, there was worse men in hell than you. adding after a pause, with a growl, "But Dave was chained." At Canajoharie a tall handsome man with graceful manners is added to our list of passengers. This is Hon. Alfred Conklin, who in 1820 was elected to Congress from this district. In passing Conyers Hotel, the fate of a young lady, who loved not wisely but too well, with an exciting trial for breach of promise, etc., would be related. Still farther east we stop at Failing's Tavern to water. Going some miles further east, we came in sight of a building on the west side of the Mohawk River, and near its brink the peculiar architecture of which attracts attention. This was formerly Charles Kane's store, or rather the store of the Kane brothers, 5 of whom were distinguished merchants of the forepart of the present century. Here Commodore Charles Morris, who in 1812 distinguished himself on board the United States frigate Constitution (he was Lieutenant Morris at that time, and was wounded in the engagement), in her engagement with the British frigate Guerrière, passed his boyhood. The next points of attraction were of much historic interest. Sir William and Guy Johnson built spacious and showy mansions a few miles west of the village of Amsterdam, long before the Revolution, in passing which interesting anecdotes relating to the English baronet's connection with the Indians were remembered. A few miles west of Sir William Johnson's, old stagers would look for an addition to our number of passengers in the person of Daniel Cady, a very eminent lawyer, who resided at Johnstown, and for more than 50 years was constantly passing to and from Albany. At Amsterdam, Marcus T. Reynolds, then a rising young lawyer of that village, often took seat in the stage, and was a most companionable traveler. Simms speaks of the following tavern keepers along the Mohawk River: on Tribes Hill, Kline, Putnam, Wilson; Guy Park, James McGork; Amsterdam, Colonel William Schuler; Cranesville, Crane; below, Lewis Grote, Swart, and others. End of chapter 16. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 17 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 17. Canagera, One of the Mohawks' Castles. I have before me a letter from the Director of the Bureau of American Ethnology at Washington, in which he suggests that a paper on some recent discovery of an Indian castle site near the city of Amsterdam be prepared and sent to the American anthropologist for publication, and then he says, "You will see by the enclosed list of publications that this Bureau has published very little in regard to the tribes of your state." It does seem strange that there has not been more written about the Mohawk Indians. Located as they were when Champlain invaded the Mohawks' country in 1609, between Oneida Lake and Fort Orange, they, with the assistance of other tribes of the Iroquois, stood as a bulwark between the savage Indians and Frenchmen of Canada and the struggling settlements to the east and south, up to the period of the ending of the French War in 1763. Undoubtedly the assistance the Mohawks gave the earlier settlers of the Mohawk Valley, and their inveterate hatred of the Algonquins in retaliation for the defeat they suffered by Champlain's help in 1609, saved the Mohawk River from being the southern boundary line of Canada. Nearly all the history of this valley dates from the time Van Curler and his little band of hardy pioneers settled at Schenectady in 1662. One of the most noteworthy of those sturdy Dutchmen, next to Van Curler, or Van Corlear, was Jan Barentse Wemp, who arrived in this country and located in Beverwyck in 1643 or 1645. The record says that he married twice and had 6 children. The suffix "se" to the name of Barent indicates that he was the son of a Barent Wemp, Wemple. 3 of his children were sons, whose names were Meindert, the eldest, and Barent, who was born in 1656, and married Volkje, daughter of Simon Volkertse Wieder, and had 10 children. He was appointed captain of a company of foot by Lieutenant Governor Leisler in 1690. He had a son, Jan Barentse Wemp. The name of the 3rd son I have not been able to ascertain. Jan Barentse Wemp, the elder, was one of the original 14 pioneers who settled in Schenectady in 1662. It is said that Governor Stuyvesant granted the first patent of land, an island at Schenectady, in 1662, to Jan Barentse Wemp and Jacques Cornelis van Slyke, a half-breed. This island was sometimes called Wemp's Island, and is now known as Van Slyke's Island. Jan's name is connected very closely with the early history of Schenectady, and his descendants may be found among many of the prominent families of the whole Mohawk Valley. Meindert, the eldest son of Jan Barentse Wemp, had a son, Johan, also called Jan or John, who in 1711 lived in the Mohawk country on the Mohawk River. On the 11th day of October of that year, Governor Hunter made a contract with John Wemp, Gerrit Simons, Barente Vromen, Hendrik Vromen, and Arent van Patten of Schenectady, to build the fortification called Fort Hunter, at the mouth of the Schoharie River, and Queen Anne's Chapel, which was situated inside the palisade, or fort. This fort and chapel were completed in 1712. Jan Wemp, as he was called by his Dutch neighbors, owned part of the 4th flat of the Schenectady patent, which was located at Pattersonville. On December 16, 1737, he obtained a patent of 450 acres of land in the town of Florida, located east of Queen Anne's Chapel glebe, and adjoining the same on the west, and the Babington patent of 1717 on the east. He died October 14, 1749. He married first Catalina, daughter of Ryer Schemerhorn, June 15, 1700, and second, Ariantje, daughter of Isaac Switz, October 6, 1709, and had 12 children, 6 sons and 6 daughters. A few extracts from his will may be found interesting. He divided his estate as follows: To my sons Isaac and Ephraim, the westerly part of the flats on the south side of the Mohawk River, where I now live, in the Mohawks country. To John Jr., the easterly part of my flats. To my daughter, Maria Butler, wife of Lieutenant Walter Butler, Jr., 2 morgens of land, etc., and to my daughter Rebecca, wife of Pieter Conine, 2 morgens of land, etc. This Walter Butler was an uncle of Walter N. Butler of Cherry Valley massacre notoriety, and was killed at the Battle of Lake George, September 8, 1755. Who has not experienced a desire for a stroll in the country during the bright and beautiful October weather so common in this latitude? It seems to come with added force on some bright Sunday morning, and one longs to breathe the fresh air of the fields and the odors of the forest, and perhaps look through nature up to nature's God. One Sunday morning I yielded to such a desire, and with a comrade boarded the trolley for Fort Johnson, and being rowed across the river by a lone fisherman, we were soon on our tramp into the Mohawks country. Our road lay along the canal, with its steam propellers belching forth dense black smoke, and pushing and pulling 2, 4, or 5 heavily laden canal boats. On our left was the West Shore Railroad, with its long trains of rattling, rumbling cars and screeching, hissing locomotives, while to the right, across the Mohawk, could be seen and heard endless trains of freight and passengers passing east and west. The road we were traveling was probably the Indian trail followed by Jan Wemple, and his companions, en route for the Tiononderoga to construct Queen Anne's Chapel and Fort Hunter. Leaving the massive masonry of the 2 locks, which are long enough to admit 2 canal boats at one time, we pass the pleasant home of the McGregors, and in due time arrive at the home of Mrs. Cornelius Wemple and Emory and Gilbert Wemple, sons of Cornelius and grandsons of Ephraim, spoken of above as having inherited the westerly half of the flats of Jan or John Wemp, which name is now changed to Wemple. We can imagine Jan and his companions resting at the Indian spring by the wayside and drinking of its cooling water, and perhaps at that early date casting his eye over the flats with a desire for possession. The Wemple homestead of the present day is a commodious edifice of modern construction, situated near the highway a little to the west of the Indian Cold Spring. About 100 feet from the house formerly stood the old Wemp place, as it was called, the home of Jan Wemp, the great-grandfather of the present owners of the farm. When the Erie Canal was constructed, in 1820, it passed through the front yard of the old house, even taking away the front steps, leaving the house so near the canal that you could step from the front door into the water. As I remember the old house, it was quite a pretentious 2-story edifice, flanked with 2 stone houses 1 story high and about 12 feet square, one of which was used as a kitchen, as was the custom with well-to-do families in the early part of the 18th century. The walls of the old kitchen are yet standing, but the roof has, of course, fallen with decay, and been replaced with a temporary superstructure that looks sadly out of place on its time-worn stone walls. Our mission to the Wemple place was to find, if possible, the site of an old Indian castle called by Van Curler, in the diary of his journey to the Mohawks' country, Canagera, situated about 1 Dutch mile east of a large stream, Schoharie River. At this place, which is about 2 English miles from Schoharie River, we found abundant evidence of Indian occupation. The cold spring by the roadside and another on the hill were walled up years before the advent of Jan Wemp by previous occupants of the land, the Mohawks. Back of the house is an old Indian ford, the only one for miles east or west over the Mohawk River. Mr. Gilbert Wemple pointed out an old Indian trail through the primitive forest, leading to Auriesville and probably to the vicinity of Minaville. Being asked if he had ever seen any embankment or evidence of the remains of an Indian fortification, he pointed to a path which he said led to a singular embankment, or ridge, which tradition said had been there before the advent of his ancestors. Following the path indicated through the woods, I came to a field that had formerly been a forest of immense trees, but which had been almost entirely destroyed by a tornado that swept through the valley a few years ago. This field has been cleared, except of numerous huge upturned trunks, and is now almost completely covered with berry bushes. To the south of this field stands the primitive forest, on whose northern edge, on a bit of high ground, is a clearing. Extending across the north side of the clearing is a grass-covered embankment, about 100 feet long, 4 feet wide at its base, and perhaps 2 or 3 feet high. At the east end of this embankment, and near the angle formed by a similar ridge leading to the south, is an opening about 4 feet wide, or about the width of a gate or entrance. The easterly ridge is of the same size and structure, and extends about 150 feet to another angle, where it meets a well-defined but irregular ridge around the edge of a swamp, to the place of beginning. On the west side of the clearing we found a rudely walled-up spring or well filled with the rubbish of the forest. At various places on the top of the eastern and southern edge, or embankment, large trees are growing, 2 of which are immense pines, estimated to be over 150 years old, showing the great antiquity of this singular work of the Indians. The size of the enclosure is about 100 feet by 150, and there is plainly visible an embankment of about 350 feet in length. To the west of this clearing is a swamp, which could be drained to a nearby ravine by a cut about 20 feet long and 2 feet deep. On the north and east is a well-defined broad ditch outside the embankment, leading to the swamp on the south. It is surely a very curious structure, and is of great interest, and there is evidence of Indian occupation on the hill and on the flats below. After a thorough examination of the clearing and adjoining grounds, we returned to the Wemple residence, and there met Mr. Emery Wemple and our friend Harrison Chase, of Amsterdam, whose present wife is a sister of the owners of the Wemple farm, and were cordially received, told many an interesting tale, and shown many objects of interest. A curious stone slab on a slight elevation at a turn in the road near the large barn was pointed out. A wide, deep indentation, evidently worn by the action of waters, ran across the width of the slab, and in the center was a smooth, circular depression, having the appearance of a primitive mortar, such as was used by the early Indians in grinding their corn with a stone pestle. A spot near the house was said to have been a burial place of the Indians, and a well-authenticated account of the finding of the bones of an aborigine who had been buried in erect position was given. The following day we again visited the clearing on the hill, in company with Messrs. T. B. Vanderveer and De Witt A. Devendorf, and were confirmed in our opinion that the clearing contains the remains of an Indian fortification, but whether prehistoric or not it is hard to tell. One of the party who was eager to explore an excavation in the clearing descended into it and pulled down a pile of stone in his investigation. His hurried exit soon after was explained by the fact that he had put his hand upon a large snake. With a stick we removed a flat stone and exposed his snake-ship, coiled for a strike. If it had been anything but a snake, we might have thought it a thing of beauty, but it would take a wonderful expansion of imagination to find beauty in a reptile. The coils of its party-colored body were gracefully placed, and its flat head and about a foot of slimy length was drawn back in graceful curves, with its small bead-like eyes watching for its enemy. However, no thought of compassion or admiration could prevent poising a stone for its destruction, nor was it an impulse of cruelty that dashed the stone to its lair. But we did not crush his snakeship as we had hoped to. He swiftly glided, with an indescribable undulatory motion, without apparent effort, to a place of safety in the opposite bank. We were sorry we did not bruise its head, as it was the proper thing to do, according to the Scriptures. This little incident of the snake seemed to add gloom to the solitude of the forest, and we picked our way through a treacherous swamp and were glad to get on firmer ground again. Crossing a deep ravine, which afforded an outlet to the waters of the swamp above, we turned aside from our path to see the ancient burial ground of the Wemple family, and were surprised at its populous appearance. It could hardly be called a graveyard, as it was situated in a vast field that gently slopes toward the setting sun. We counted over 100 mounds in this ancient God's acre, under the shade of a single giant oak. The single marble slab in commemoration of the death of Ephraim Wemple in 1838 seemed out of place among the rude slabs of limestone, without date or inscription, that marked the last resting place of the hardy pioneers, the descendants of Jan Barentse Wemple. Each mound was well defined and free from weeds or briars. Small slabs of gray limestone indicated the head and foot of each grave, making it apparent that a large number of children of various ages had been buried there. Mounds of greater length also marked the last resting place of numerous adults. About 160 years ago, perhaps, the ground was open to receive the remains of the first occupant of this primitive graveyard in the forest. Imagination pictures the scene. Up this gentle slope and under the shadow of towering pines, oaks, and maples, winds the funeral procession from the homestead on the bank of the Mohawk, the rude, unvarnished coffin borne by kindly neighbors, who have followed the trail from a distance to show by their presence their sympathy for the bereaved family. We can imagine an absence of bright colors in the funeral train, but no sable robes. Perhaps the Reverend Henry Barclay, their nearest neighbor, from Queen Anne's Chapel, stands at the head of the open grave, while at a respectful distance a group of half-naked Indians gaze stoically at the strange scene. How unmeaning to the savages, but how full of hope to the sorrowing friends, are the words of the minister as the clods fall on the coffin. "I hear a voice from heaven saying, Write, from henceforth blessed are the dead, who die in the Lord. Even so saith the Spirit, for they rest from their labors." A few days later we again visited the clearing spoken of above, in company with the late A. G. Richmond of Canajoharie, and W. J. Klein, T. Bay Vanderveer, and Professor Maney of Amsterdam, and were again puzzled over this strange embankment. A superficial investigation of the earth in the clearing did not reveal the hoped-for evidence of prehistoric relics, except some gray earth that had the appearance of ashes, which under the glass revealed the presence of tiny bits of charcoal. This was found about 18 inches below the bottom of an old rotten stump, and was evidently of great age. A more extended investigation may reveal the evidence required. The embankment on the hill does not prove or disprove the location of the site of Canagera, for it is said by Van Curler that this castle was without palisades. It may be of later construction, or it may antedate the Iroquois nation, and belong to the mound builders, as it bears resemblance to their curious earthworks found in Ohio and other western states. I would like to add that the older residents of Fort Hunter speak of the clearing on the hill as Yanni's Garden, from the fact that a man by the name of Yanni cultivated this spot about 40 or 50 years ago. This may account for the absence of the hoped-for Indian relics, as the cultivation of the soil would naturally obliterate evidence of Indian occupation in the shape of ashes, charcoal, burned stone, and so forth. In 1897, while gathering material for the history of Queen Anne's Chapel at Fort Hunter, I had occasion to visit that place to locate the chapel, which was destroyed in 1820 by the building of the Erie Canal. I succeeded in doing so to my entire satisfaction, but was confronted with substantial evidence of the existence of the remains of a palisade at a greater distance from the chapel than a number of authentic documents had placed it, and looked upon it as a mystery that was hard to solve. Reference has been made at different times and by different authors to the fact that Sir William Johnson, previous to the Revolution, had repaired the fort and mounted it with cannon. We know that it was garrisoned by a detachment of British soldiers. A short time ago, while looking over some old letters of Sir William Johnson's, I came across the following, taken from a letter written to Governor Delancey and dated Mount Johnson, June 6, 1755. I returned last night from the Canajoharie Indian Castle, having first been at the Mohawk Castle. At both settlements I have fixed on places to build them forts. At the hither (Mohawk) Castle I propose it to be nearly on a line with Fort Hunter, to take in the church (chapel) as a bastion, and to have a communication palisades between the two forts, which will be of small expense, and in case of an attack may be of great service by mutually assisting each other, and if drove to the necessity of quitting the one they may still maintain the other. Another letter is dated Mount Johnson, June 16, 1755. I have last night, with much difficulty, agreed with 3 men to build the 2 forts at the Mohawk Castle. That the 2 forts were built is shown from a speech by the Indian Abraham before Sir William in 1758. I find it in the appendix of the 2nd volume of W. L. Stone's Life of Sir William Johnson. Fort Johnson, January 13, 1758. At a meeting of some of the Mohawk chiefs of the lower town. Present, Sir William Johnson, Baronet, Lieutenant Claus, Deputy Secretary, George Grogan, Esquire, Captain Thomas Butler, Mr. Arent Stevens, Captain Montour, interpreters, Abraham, Speaker. Brother Warra, we come here to lay our case before you, which, as it seems at present, is very precarious. Listen, brother, and we will relate you our unlucky accident which happened in our town yesterday evening. One of our young men, who has been these many weeks past from home, returning yesterday, found that since leaving his home another party of men were posted in the garrison. In order therefore to pay a visit to the commanding officer, and bid him welcome to his garrison, not knowing that the sentries were ordered to stop any Indians from entering the fort, he came up to the gate, and to his great surprise, as quite uncustomary heretofore, was repulsed by the sentry, and after offering a second time to go in, was pushed to the ground with the butt of the gun. Upon which, seeing himself thus unfriendly used, he returned to his house, and going along one of the blockhouses they emptied upon him and shrew him with snowballs. Standing a little after, under the door of his house, he saw 2 soldiers coming toward the Indian town, and considering his ill treatment a little before, went to the gate of the Indian fort, and attempted to stop the soldiers, giving them to understand that as they would not let them enter their fort, he was unwilling they should come among the Indians, but he was soon pushed back, and one of the soldiers took up a piece of wood and knocked him to the ground with it, leaving 4 wounds in his head. Upon which a French prisoner tried to take up the wounded man, but was prevented by the soldiers, and obliged to run for his life to a white man's house just by there, and they followed him, and would have given him some cuts, had he not pushed the door after him and kept the door shut. Some of our young men, seeing all this, immediately ran to meet us, as we were not yet come home from the meeting at your house, and finding us at John Wemp's, where we stopped a little, told us that there was fighting and quarreling among the soldiers and Indians. We hastened home, and driving up towards my stable, in order to take my horses out of the sleigh, and put them up, in the first place found our soldiers in the stable, and upon asking them what they were doing there, and desiring them to leave the stable that I might put up my horses, they immediately struck me with their fists, on which I got hold of him that struck me first, and brought him to the ground, holding him some time, to prevent his striking me again, when the rest got hold of me, tossed me about, and had like to choke me, tore my wampum and silver medal from my neck, which they have either kept or thrown away, as I cannot find it in the place where we struggled. During the time of this 2 other Indians, hearing the noise, came to see what was the matter, when the soldiers were calling for help to the fort, as I found afterwards by a number of soldiers coming with drawn cutlasses, and pursued the 2 young Indians, who were unarmed, and one of them ran to his house, and by a strong door, which he pushed after him, saved himself, although many cuts were made into the door to split it. The other Indian ran likewise to his house, but he had not time to shut the door when the soldiers rushed into the house, fell to cutting him and gave him 3 wounds in his body, 2 in his head and a stab in his breast, which proves very dangerous. His sister, being in the house at the same time, cried out, "Murder!" when one of the soldiers struck at her and cut her in 2 places under her arm, and having a blanket about her, saved her from being killed. At last an officer, a sergeant, came from the fort to prevent their doing more mischief, but the soldiers were in such a rage that he was obliged to draw his sword among them, and actually cut one of them in the arm, which, brother, we mention to you for the reason that upon inquiring into the affair we may not be charged with having wounded him, for we assure you we had no weapons in our hands during the whole fray, nor intended at all to quarrel. Yesterday morning also, when 2 of our women wanted to cross the river in a canoe that belongs to us, and being ready to push from shore, they were pulled out of the canoe by the hair of their heads by 2 of the soldiers, and the canoe taken from them. And not long ago an old woman, wife of one of the sachems, coming along the road with a load of wood on her back, was attacked by the soldiers, and wanted to ravish her, but defending herself with her axe, she prevented their design. This, brother, is now the true state of our complaint. Give string of wampum. This affair occurred just at the time Sir William was expecting a large meeting of delegates of the Confederacy, and occasioned him a great deal of annoyance. However, he espoused the cause of the Mohawks, and caused the obnoxious garrison to be replaced by soldiers that were acquainted with the Indians. In the History of St. Anne's Church and Queen Anne's Chapel, published by the writer in 1897, is a photo engraving of the site of the chapel, which was situated inside the original Fort Hunter. The photograph was taken from the bridge over the guard lock looking east. On the west side of the bridge are the gates that admit the waters of the Schoharie into the feeders, which in turn empty into the main canal, about 1/2 mile away. The figure on the left in the photo is looking across the canal towards the site of the chapel. From the above account there seems to be conclusive evidence of the existence of 2 forts at Fort Hunter at that time. From careful measurement we feel positive that the center of the old stone building was about 20 feet from the east end of the right-hand stone wall, and between the 2 apple trees whose tops appear in the foreground. In 1869, during a flood, the roadway on the west bank of the creek was washed away, and a large portion of its waters found exit across the flat lands into the canal some distance from the roadway. When the water subsided, it was found that much soil had been washed away, exposing 2 lines of palisades. One line extended along the line of the road on which the old rug mill stands, and a few feet north of the fence on its northern border. The other line was at an angle of about 45 degrees to the first line, with a well-marked opening, with stakes on each side, presumably leading to the other line of palisades, about 100 feet south. The theory that suggests itself is that the angular palisade belonged to the British fort, while the straight line was the stockade of the Indian fort or village, the opening spoken of being the palisaded connection between the two forts spoken of in Sir William Johnson's letters. The stakes of both palisades were about 10 inches in diameter, an inner row covering the spaces between the outer row of stakes, the fortification being what was called double stockaded. Although 30 years have elapsed since the flood that exposed the palisade spoken of, a trench dug from the fence on the south side of the lot might again bring to light evidence of this old Indian palisade. If the owner of the lot, the Rev. J. H. Enders, would undertake this work and lay bare some portion of the old stockade, he would be able to add an interesting chapter to the early history of the Mohawk Valley. Among the persons now living who saw the remains of old Tiononderoga, Fort Hunter, in 1869 are James Voorhees, Amsterdam, John Graff, Fort Hunter, and Dr. Henry Devendorf, Mill Point. It is usual, when one drives out in the country for pleasure, to select a day that promises to be fair and pleasant, and for that reason we are apt to see hills and valleys under the same aspects, barring the changes of seasons. I took a drive a few days ago, however, when the sky was overcast and the rumble of distant thunder was heard in the west. Our journey led us down the river road to the Swartz Hill road, and as we climbed that hill in the usual laborious manner, the raindrops were falling thick and fast from the black thunderclouds overhead. We were well protected from the shower, however, and rather enjoyed being out in the downpour, although our faithful horse soon put on the appearance that is attributed to a drowned rat. As we reached the top of that dreadful hill, the view of the valley was strange and grand. Safe and snug in our buggy as a bug in a rug, we saw the river and hills under such a new aspect that we hardly recognized our surroundings. From the height from which we gazed, we looked down on the Mohawk, made gray by the dashing drops of rain, while the higher Florida hills, that had been concealed from view below by the lower range along the bank of the river, spread out before us on an inclined plane, stretching upward until they disappeared in the storm clouds that formed a gray fringe along their summit as they scurried along, dropping their moisture in gray sheets on field and forest. Looking down the river we could see the Towerun and Yantapucheberg, gray and misty in the distance, and the river, narrowed by the bend at Hoffman's Ferry, winding its way along the base of those high hills that reminded one of old Dondenberg and Crow Nest at the entrance to the highlands of the Hudson. The falling rain and the blackness of the clouds almost obliterated colors from the landscape that a moment before had been brilliant with shades of green and yellow and brown. Our destination was Glenville, a pretty little village charmingly situated on a level plateau surrounded by high hills, and reminds one of a huge bowl on a mountain top. The view of this elevated valley, as you approach it from West Charlton, is a surprise and is very pleasing indeed. As we turned our course towards the river at Hoffman's, the thunderclouds were still muttering in the east, but the sun shone brightly overhead. Our course lay through Wolf Hollow, one of the wildest and most charming drives in the valley of the Mohawk. As we entered the hollow the sun brightened the roadway somewhat, but the gloom of the forests on each side was at times almost impenetrable. This hollow, or ravine, or cañon, is a narrow gorge between two of the highest hills between Glenville and Hoffman's, and is barely wide enough for a single roadway. and the narrow creek that ripples or roars along its side in calm or in storm. The hills on each side rise to the height of 300 or 400 feet, with a fringe of towering pines along their summits, and in some places just escape being termed precipitous. At one place on the western bank the earth has fallen away, leaving a precipice perhaps 100 feet high, of thin ledges of slate from top to bottom. As we look up the side of the hill, the forest would be most impenetrable were it not for a thin line of gray sky that appears through the trees at the summit. At one point a rivulet is trickling down at our feet, and as we look up we see in the slaty bed of its almost perpendicular course a large volume of water that has been carried to it along the watercourses above by the recent storm, and as we gaze we see it leap over the slaty ledges in myriads of tiny cascades until it dashes at our feet and goes murmuring along to the river below. About a mile from the entrance of the gorge, the ravine widens out a few feet, and at the base of a cliff is seen, through the gloom, a large hole in its side, whose impenetrable blackness makes one shiver. This is said to be the entrance to a coal mine that was opened many years ago by some visionary person who expected to make a fortune from the venture. It extended some little distance into the eastern bank, and coal was found, but in quantities that would not pay the expense of mining. The mine is said to be filled with water. Of late years the road through the ravine has been improved and is in fair condition, in fact much better throughout than Market Street Hill. In the 2-mile drive through it we did not hear the howl of wolf, or see man, woman, or child, until near the exit 2 grizzled fishermen startled us by rising abruptly in the underbrush. They were collecting scrabblers for bait. At the southern edge of the gorge a singular rock formation has been uncovered in digging away the slate to repair the road. Above a mass of thin scales of slate is a course of gray sandstone, about 3 feet thick, in a segment of a circle inclining at an angle of 45 degrees, and above, another thick course of slaty scales, making an interesting sight to the geologist. As we emerge from the ravine we find that we are still high above the river, a glimpse of which we catch through the trees that are scattered here and there in pleasing irregularity. In a large field to the right stands an immense chestnut tree, whose trunk is so large that 2 men could not span its girth. The long, narrow, pointed, drooping leaves of its very dark green foliage, and the clusters of lighter green prickly burrs that hide the toothsome nuts, are a very pleasing sight and give promise to a bountiful harvest. Wolf Hollow has as many moods as our hills and vales, and a traveler should see it in the brightness of noonday, and also at twilight, in order to appreciate its beauties and its terrors. End of chapter 17. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 18 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 18. Early Industries. In the year 1802 the Reverend John Taylor, while on a mission through the Mohawk Valley, made in his journal the following entry about Amsterdam, which was formerly part of the ancient town of Caughnawaga. Near the center of this town, Amsterdam, the Octanunda Creek empties into the Mohawk, a very fertile and useful stream. On this stream and in this town there stand 4 grist mills, 2 oil mills, 1 iron forge, and 3 saw mills. On an old map dated 1807 is shown an oil mill, situated near the mouth of the creek and near the present site of the Pioneer Knitting Mill. This seems conclusive evidence that an oil mill was in operation at an early date, although our oldest residents confess that they have no knowledge of such an industry at that period. Where the other was situated it is impossible to say at the present time, unless it may have been in operation on the Juchtanunda Creek, and antedated the primitive mill of Supplina Kellogg, one of the early settlers at West Galway, who founded a linseed oil mill at that place in 1824, where he carried on the business in a small way until 1848. Those who are familiar with the road from Hagaman to West Galway will remember that after passing Connor's grist mill they come to a long stretch of sandy road, and the road beyond becomes narrow and rugged on account of the dense growth of underbrush that lines each side of the wagon track. Emerging from the bushes, the road forms a junction with another, running north and south, either branch of which, if followed, will lead to West Galway village. In front and distant about 100 yards from the junction is visible an ancient dam across the Juchtanunda, and a number of buildings, some of which have all the appearances of antiquity. To the left of the lane that leads to the old buildings are 2 cottages pleasantly situated, one of which is the home of Robert Calderwood and family. The writer feels under obligations to Mr. Calderwood for courtesies extended and interesting information given. The old buildings mentioned above are all that remains of an active business center, located here 3/4 of a century ago. The dam, although the water is allowed to run through a large opening on the south, is in a remarkable state of preservation, considering the manner of its construction. The wings of the dam are embankments about 200 feet long to the north and to the south, but the pour, or dam proper, is about 50 feet wide, and constructed by laying heavy logs the full width of the stream, upon which were placed other logs about 5 feet apart, and laid at right angles with the foundation. Then another row of long heavy logs, and a row of smaller ones at right angle, and so on until the desired height was reached. Leading from the dam on the north side is a square, open flume, showing signs of age and usage. Some years previous this square flume replaced a round tube that had worn and rotted away. The old round flume carried the water that furnished the power to turn the water wheel that operated the machinery that ground the seed that made the oil in the Pioneer Oil Mill of Supplina Kellogg, which was located below the dam on the north side of the stream. The building is still standing, although dismantled of all the machinery used for the manufacture of linseed oil, and though the exterior of the structure shows evident signs of age, the interior displays immense beams and girders that seem to bid defiance to time and decay. I was informed that part of this old building was formerly located below the Beaver Dam Creek, about a mile below a grist mill belonging to Robert Campbell, whose residence is still standing near the northwest corner of the roads mentioned above. 2 of the millstones of this grist mill may be seen in a field opposite the Campbell residence near the junction of roads. The back part of the Kellogg mill was used as a fulling mill, where the farmers brought cloth, woven by their wives and daughters, to be fulled and dressed. In the upper story bins were arranged in order to keep each customer's cloth separate, and the fields adjoining were fitted with apparatus for drying the same. Back of this building and disconnected from it was a sawmill. On the opposite side of the creek was a tannery, where hides were made into leather by the old-fashioned tedious process that took 12 months to complete. The building has been destroyed, but the old vats are still pointed out, in which may yet be seen portions of the wooden frames. To the west of the tannery was a fair-sized building, still standing, and formerly used as a shoe shop. The oil, fulling, and saw mills were conducted by Supplina Kellogg, and the tannery and shoe shop by George Dunning. Across the fields to the south, but on the main road, still stands the long, low farm buildings of Mr. Kellogg and the birthplace of his sons, John and Lauren, who succeeded their father in the linseed oil business, and subsequently established the same in the village of Amsterdam, in an old stone building which was formerly a distillery, conducted by Benedict Arnold and others. Opposite the residence of Supplina Kellogg was the home of George Dunning, and it is mentioned that between the two families such cordial relations existed that they might almost be called one household. The method of making oil in those days was crude in the extreme, but the principle of manufacture was practically the same as now, that is, the crushing of the seed and pressing the product to extract the oil. This primitive mill had but one set of stones and one press. The crushing process was accomplished by two circular stones, shaped like gristmill stones, attached to an axle, like cartwheels, and connected to a vertical shaft, which in turning gave two motions to the stones, that of their own axis and the axis of the upright shaft, and revolving on a stone bed on which the seed was placed. This process was continued until the seed became a paste, when it was tempered with heat and water, placed in bags, and subjected to great pressure by hand, in order to extract the oil, which was then conducted to the rude cellar beneath and placed in barrels. The capacity of this rude mill was about 1 barrel a day, which was disposed of to neighboring farmers and the nearby village. It is said that a large proportion of the oil manufactured was consumed by the veteran painter of those days, Gardner Clark, the grandfather of William G. Clark of Amsterdam. The residuum, called oil cake, was allowed to accumulate until such time as a market could be found for it in some neighboring city, when it was hauled to Amsterdam and shipped to its destination by canal. Almost the first building erected by the early pioneers after building their rude log huts was a sawmill, to prepare their timber for dwellings, then the gristmill to grind their grain, and afterward a fulling mill for the dressing of cloth, woven on their rude looms at home. The definition of fulling or milling is as follows: the operation of removing greasy matters from woolen goods, and of giving to them a more compact texture by causing the fibers to entangle themselves more closely together, as in the process of felting. Fulling mills are a very ancient invention. After the death of Supplina Kellogg and the removal of the plant to Amsterdam, his sons, John and Lauren, increased the capacity by larger sets of stone. The increased product of the mill made it necessary to buy seed in larger quantities than our farmers could furnish, although they were encouraged by Messrs. Kellogg to plant increased acreage by loaning them seed for that purpose. At that time Boston was the center of importation of India seed, and from that city the firm bought most of their supplies. When the firm decided to engage in the manufacture of oil in Amsterdam, in 1851, they purchased of the estate of Benedict Arnold the mill property that they now occupy. Some years earlier Mr. Arnold purchased of Tunis I. Vanderveer this mill site and water power and erected a stone building 16 feet high for a distillery, and transferred the apparatus from his old distillery building, which formerly stood where the Y.M.C.A. building now stands. When Messrs. Kellogg bought the property, the still had not been in operation for a number of years, and the dam was in need of repairs. Mr. John Kellogg informs me that in making the needed alterations, evidence was found in the bottom of the dam that a primitive oil mill had been located on the banks of the creek at this point at some early period in the history of the village. Probably this was one of the 2 oil mills spoken of by the Reverend John Taylor in 1802. Messrs. Kellogg at once added 2 stories to the old distillery building, repaired the dam, and otherwise improved the property. They increased the capacity of the old mill to 4 sets of stone for grinding the seed and the necessary presses for extracting the oil. These presses were run by hand and the work was very laborious. Gradually the business increased, requiring additional machinery and more adequate means for extracting the oil, and additional buildings for storage of raw material, which they imported direct from India, and manufactured product. The dam was enlarged, and the water power thereby increased 4-fold. Upon the death of Loren Kellogg, Mr. James A. Miller was admitted to the firm. As the years rolled around, other changes were made in the firm by admission or withdrawal, until now the firm consists of John Kellogg and his 2 sons, George and Loren, under the firm name of Kellogg's and Miller. In order to accommodate the constantly increasing business of the firm, a branch railroad was built in 1879, connecting with the New York Central Railroad, and owned by a private corporation, consisting of members of the above firm. The same year the branch was opened, a very serious accident occurred on this branch, whereby Mr. George Kellogg lost his left arm by falling from a train of freight cars in motion. Previous to this the younger son, Loren, nearly lost his life by the accidental discharge of a gun while hunting on the banks of the Galway Reservoir. In both cases their vigorous strength and indomitable will snatched them from the jaws of death and restored them to health. 50 years ago the capacity of the small mill on the banks of the Juchtanunda at West Galway was 1 barrel of oil a day, or 10,000 gallons a year. Today the yearly output is linseed oil, 1,700,000 gallons, oil cake, 15,000 tons, and the consumption of flaxseed about 750,000 bushels. Practically, Amsterdam is a city of the 19th century, and beyond a few primitive sawmills and grist mills, all of the industries that have made it a city have been inaugurated, extended, and multiplied within the 19th century. The very first year of the new century, or the very last year of the old, 1900, was the centennial of the erection of the first church building in the village of Amsterdam, Wettersburg. Among the many and varied industries that have been the potent element that has developed a primitive hamlet of a half-dozen families to a thriving city of 20,000 inhabitants is the carpet industry. I speak particularly of this industry as it seems to have been woven into the early life of the city more than any other, from the fact that the persons who have done more than any others to establish the 2 great industries of Amsterdam, the manufacture of carpets and the manufacture of knit goods, were formerly partners in a small carpet factory standing on the site of the present buildings of the Green Knitting Company. The history of the carpet industry of Amsterdam reads like a fairy tale, with its small beginning and struggle for existence, and its present immense plant and the affluence of its proprietors. Sometime about 1836, William K. Greene, Sr., met with reverses in business in Connecticut, his former home, but at once set about retrieving his fortune. His son, William K. Greene, securing a situation in a silk mill at Poughkeepsie as bookkeeper. Thinking that there was a good opening for business in the village, he advised his father to come there and open a boarding house. Poughkeepsie was then quite a manufacturing town, and, besides fulling mills, woolen factories, an oil mill, and a large number of grain mills. There were 50 looms in families for the manufacture of cloth for common clothing. In 1810 there was only one hotel and about 3,000 inhabitants in the village. W. K. Greene, Sr. went to Poughkeepsie and opened a boarding house, as advised by his son. Among his boarders was a man by the name of Douglas, an experienced dyer, whose father was a manufacturer of ingrain carpets in Scotland. A great deal of his conversation was about carpets and carpet manufacture, and he soon interested Mr. Greene and his son to the extent that they began to think seriously of starting a factory in a small way. One day, while talking with Mr. Douglas about carpets, being undecided where to locate, Mr. Greene picked up a copy of the New York Herald and noticed an advertisement of an old satinet mill and dwelling at Hageman's Mills, offered for rent for $100 a year. They at once secured the buildings, purchased 6 hand looms and the necessary apparatus complete and loaded them on a sloop en route for Albany. Thus by accident or by fate the carpet industry was brought to the Mohawk Valley. This was in the month of December, but before the vessel reached Albany a severe spell of cold weather closed the river, and they found their plant fast in the ice 50 miles from their destination. Nothing daunted, however, they caused their looms to be loaded on sleighs, and in that primitive fashion, after a journey of 50 miles, arrived safely at Hageman. With the Greenes came Douglas, William Perkins, and William Wright, son-in-law of Mr. Perkins, experienced weavers, but, like all of the others except Douglas, knowing little about the manufacture of carpets. After a few years of varied success at Hageman, the firm was induced by the advice of Mr. John Sanford and others to move their plant to Amsterdam village and establish themselves in a long, low, yellow building, formerly the mill site of the sawmill of Albert H. Vedder, the founder of Veddersburg, and now occupied by the immense factory of the Greene Knitting Company. After the change in the location of this primitive carpet factory, John Sanford became associated with the Greenes in the manufacture of carpets, and continued a member of the firm for some time. The old yellow mill was burned in 1849. How well I remember that cold, windy midwinter night. It being my first experience of a fire of magnitude is probably the reason that the occasion has made such a lasting impression on my memory. Even the weird undulatory clang of the old Baptist church bell, as its sound, borne upon the wind, reached the ear from the frantic efforts of some person unused to the method of ringing the alarm, seemed to cry, "Fire! Fire! Fire!" which sound was soon changed to the harsh, meaningless sound of a broken bell, as the bell had indeed been broken by the frantic efforts of the ringer to arouse the sleepers. As we reached the foot of the hill, the sight that met my inexperienced eyes was grand and fearful. Truly it was a light set upon a hill that could not be hid. The tongues of flame borne to and fro by the wind, the myriads of sparks vanishing in the blackness of the heavens, the somber evergreens on Cornell's Hill fitfully lighted by the roaring flames, the creak, creak of the fire engine toiling up the hill through the ruddy whiteness of the snow-covered street, the hoarse shouts and oaths of the firemen, the cries of "Fire! Fire!" gave a nervous chill to the looker-on that was not all attributable to the intensely cold night. The building was totally destroyed. Shortly afterwards Mr. Sanford sold the land and mill site to W. K. Greene, whose heirs are in possession of the property at the present day, and in company with his son, Stephen Sanford, fitted up an old stone mill at the head of Church Street for a carpet factory. Jehiel Dean also erected a weave room on Livingston Street, where a box factory now stands, and W. K. Green, Sr. also engaged in the manufacture of carpets in a small way on the opposite side of said street. The building on the north side of the street was afterwards bought by Mr. Stephen Sanford and subsequently destroyed by fire, and the building on the south side was purchased by John M. Clark and moved to the corner of Livingston and Chuctanunda Streets, and used as a carpenter shop. This building was subsequently burned and rebuilt of brick, and after numerous changes is now known as Morris Mill No. 3. In 1853 the old stone mill, as it was then called, was destroyed by fire, but was immediately rebuilt, only 1 story high, but covering about 3 times as much ground. Mr. Stephen Sanford entered the carpet manufactory in 1844, and in 1848 formed a copartnership with his father, Mr. John Sanford. After the destruction of the old stone mill, Mr. Stephen Sanford purchased his father's interest, which was little else than the ruins of the burned mill. He immediately set to work rebuilding and enlarging the factory, which year by year has increased in magnitude under his personal supervision. As the business prospered, new buildings were erected for the manufacture of different materials that enter into the manufacture of the various kinds of carpets produced in these mills, and for the storage of raw material. At present this immense plant comprises 36 buildings, whose floor space amounts to 663,000 square feet, or about 15 acres. When we think that this immense floor space is covered with machinery, engines, boilers, looms, and shafting, together with stock and manufactured product of the mills, and that the daily product of the mill would carpet the road from Amsterdam to Johnstown, or more than 5,000,000 yards in a year, with a payroll of over $1 million in 12 months, we may begin to conceive its magnitude and to feel additional respect for the man and mind that has created and controls it. I think it is safe to say that during the last half-century at least 40,000 persons have earned a living and in some cases a competency in this mill. Some have grown gray inside its walls. Others have built factories of their own, and have shown their business ability by making a success of their undertaking. A long list could be made of men holding prominent places in the business interest of our city who served apprenticeship in the Sanford Carpet Factory. Among them are W. B. Smith, James T. Sugden, William McCleary, the late John Howgate, Alman Filkins, Samuel Wallen, David Krause, and a host of others, including John Lorimer of Philadelphia. I might go on and give statistics of the business of this mill, of the millions that have been paid to employees during the last 50 years, of the thousands of miles of carpets that have been manufactured, and the thousands of employees who thus earned their daily bread, and of the capital that is required to conduct this immense business. But this has so often been written by other pens than mine that I shall refrain from statements whose figures, in the language of the old Scotchman, would only begumble the senses and confound the imagination, and would be revealing matters of a personal character to which the public can claim no right, although the proprietors might not have any desire to withhold them. The success of this great business is a matter of pride to the citizens of Amsterdam, from the fact that not alone has the city been benefited by its success, but private individuals and organizations of all kinds have received benefit by its enabling the proprietors to gratify the natural impulse of their generous hearts, with hands open as day to melting charity. Of course, there have been seasons of depression in this business, seasons that come in the life of most business men, when profits are light or none at all, seasons when losses are heavy and money hard to get. But although there have been times when money had to be hired as large a rate of interest per month as it can be secured for now per year, the proprietor's paper has always been paid at maturity. If I should be asked why this firm, which is composed of Hon. Stephen Sanford and his son, Hon. John Sanford, has succeeded while others have failed, I should say that it is because the senior member is possessed of seemingly opposite characteristics: cautiousness and boldness. Cautious not to enter upon any method of action until he is sure he is right, and then to execute the same with boldness and energy. Up to 1854, the product of this mill was in-grain and 3-ply carpets manufactured on hand looms, and as the business increased it gave employment to a large number of experienced weavers. Previous to 1849, an old frame building stood on Main Street, just west of the present site of the Farmers National Bank, and was used as the post office and law office of Joseph French, who was also postmaster. Mr. John Sanford bought the post office building and had it carefully torn down and re-erected as a loom shop next to his buildings on Church Street. This building was used as a hand loom shop for a great number of years, even after the large mill building had been filled with power looms for the manufacture of Brussels carpets. In fact, this old building was retained and hand looms used for a long time, more for the purpose of finding employment for a number of old and experienced weavers who had been in his employ for a number of years, than for any pecuniary benefits to be derived therefrom. This old landmark was torn down a few years ago to make room for the large Axminster mill that now covers its site. The history of the carpet industry would not be complete if mention were not made of the carpet factory of Shuttleworth Brothers. About 1872 or 1873, Mr. James Wade, an Englishman of good family connections in Bradford, England, was brought to Amsterdam by Mr. Stephen Sanford to do some special work in his mills. He was a man of education, of fine personal appearance, and gentlemanly address, and soon won the confidence of some of the businessmen of that place. With James Wade came Joseph Coates, Elijah Smith, and John Simpson, all experienced workers in the carpet business. A short time after coming to Amsterdam, Mr. Wade, in company with Charles de Wolfe, William H. Arnold, and Stephen H. Kline, organized a stock company for the manufacture of carpets, and succeeded to the extent that a building was erected on the bank of the Mohawk River at the foot of Vroman Avenue. The factory was stocked with looms and other machinery, but owing to dissensions among the stockholders, or want of capital, it was not run as a stock company, and soon passed into the hands of Stephen H. Kline and William H. Arnold, under the firm name of Kline and Arnold. This firm conducted the business a few years, making Brussels carpets, which from various reasons did not prove a success, and the mill was closed. Subsequently the looms and machinery were sold by parties interested in New York, and the building stood empty a while, or until it was purchased by the Shuttleworth brothers. In 1875 Mr. William Shuttleworth, the father of the Shuttleworth brothers, came from England to Glenham, New York, to start a carpet factory for A. T. Stewart and Company, and was made superintendent of the same, his sons, some of whom had grown to man's estate, being engaged in different departments of the mill. After the death of William Shuttleworth in 1878, his sons bought, of New York parties, the carpet mill building on the bank of the Mohawk at Amsterdam, and returning to England, advantageously secured 15 looms for the manufacture of body Brussels carpet. The firm at that time consisted of James, John, and Walter Shuttleworth, who, together with Herbert, a younger brother, constituted a quartet in which was comprised knowledge, ability, and skill to operate every department of the factory. The family connections are quite extended, and many of them may be found among the skilled workers in different departments of the mill, and are among the most estimable residents of the city. The firm now consists of James, John, and Walter Shuttleworth. The younger brother, Herbert, has lately established a dye house on a large scale in the western part of the city. After the burning of the carpet factory on Market Street Hill, W. K. Green, Sr., had a small factory for the manufacture of carpets in a building on the Juchtanunda Creek, in the rear of what is now called the Sanford Flats. He afterwards moved the plant to the upper story of a frame building situated on the south side of Livingston Street, the lower story being occupied by William Connell for the manufacture of rugs. About 1850, William K. Green, Jr. erected a brick mill on the site of the old Yellow Mill, and in company with Davis W. Schuler, conducted a carpet mill for a short time when the partnership was dissolved. W. K. Green, Jr. secured the Harris property, erected a building, and moved the carpet machinery into it, and conducted this business until 1861, when he disposed of the stock and machinery to Stephen Sanford. In 1857 he formed a partnership with John McDonald for the manufacture of knit goods in the brick building which is now the center of the immense plant of the Green Knitting Company. This partnership was dissolved in a year or two, and Mr. Green conducted both mills alone until 1861, when, having disposed of the carpet business to Mr. Stephen Sanford, he turned his whole attention to his hosiery business. The War of the Rebellion having commenced, a great demand for knit goods sprung up, the factory was run to its full capacity, with great profit, and soon it was necessary to enlarge the plant. Building after building was erected, as the business increased, until the whole of the present large mill was completed. Mr. Green did not live to see it, however, as his health failed, and he went to Europe in 1869, together with his wife and Miss Bennett, in hopes that he might derive some benefit from a change of climate and freedom from business cares. The change, however, did not have the desired effect, and he gradually grew worse, and while sojourning at Rome, died January 22, 1870. The body was placed on board a sailing vessel, and arrived at his home during the spring of 1870, his family having previously arrived by steamer. During the absence of Mr. William K. Green in Europe, the business, under the firm name of William K. Green and Son, was conducted by the junior member of the firm, Mr. Elijah P. Green. After the death of Mr. William K. Green, and the return from Europe of his youngest son, Henry E. Green, the style of the firm was changed to W. K. Green's Sons, and so conducted until the death of Elijah P. Green, when it was changed to W. K. Green's Son and Company, and continued under that name until the death of Henry E. Green, when the present firm, the Green Knitting Company, was organized. During the administration of Elijah P. and Henry E. Green, the business was enlarged and many improvements made. W. K. Green has not only the honor of being the first manufacturer of knit goods in Amsterdam, but the founder of what has grown to be one of the largest hosiery mills in the city. It is about 44 years since William K. Green and John McDonald inaugurated the knit goods industry in Amsterdam with what was called a three-set mill. At present there are 23 knitting mills, with about 200 sets of machinery, and an annual output of about 12 million pieces. In 1850 William Connell, who had been employed as an overseer in the old yellow mill, secured an old building on Spring Street, in the rear of the building now known as No. 12, and started the manufacture of tufted rugs, with 4 looms. He subsequently moved to the lower story of the frame building on Livingston Street spoken of before, increasing his plant to 12 looms. Somewhat later he removed to the old post office building on Church Street, the property of Mr. Sanford. Still later the looms were purchased by Mr. Stephen Sanford and used for weaving ingrain carpets. I remember well the Livingston Street mill, as I had occasion to pass it quite frequently in those days. Nearly all the hands that were employed were boys from 12 to 20 years old, and they always seemed to have a good time at their work, and some of them were always ready to play with the passers-by. The names of some of the boys will be recognized as well-known residents of Amsterdam. Among others were Samuel Ward, Hiram Simmons, Fountain Ward, Edward Fosmeyer, Frank Fosmeyer, Dennis Garrigan, James Faulds, Walter McCowett, David McCowett, Daniel Muttimer, Walter Mitchell, Tunis Peck, John Nevins, James McNally, James Mailer, William Mailer, and Puffy Clark. Puffy was a little barefooted Irish lad, generally clad in a cotton shirt and a pair of trousers with one suspender. He was a bright little fellow and was much interested in the prize fight between Tom Hyer and Yankee Sullivan, which was fought about that time, and was ever ready to stand up before any boy of his size to show his knowledge of the noble art of self-defense. Quite a friendship sprung up between Puffy and myself, something of the Tom Sawyer and Huckleberry Finn kind. I remember that I admired him and was proud of his friendship, and envied him his accomplishments, which, in addition to his willingness to fight, with or without provocation, consisted of the art of swearing like a trooper and chewing tobacco like a sailor, although only 14 years old. What became of Puffy in after years I do not know, but I have always remembered his little pale face and ready fist. A desire to emulate Puffy's virtues, and to be more worthy of his notice, led me to try and learn to chew tobacco. My father was quite a smoker, and kept his tobacco in his office on a high shelf out of my reach, but I was frequently sent to the store for a fresh supply. Having decided to learn to chew, I boldly went to the store one day and bought a paper of tobacco and had it charged to my father. I remember that the tobacco was enclosed in the dull blue paper used in those days, with the words Ben Payne Smoking Tobacco, and 2 crossed pipes printed thereon. In the rear of the store was a pile of lumber, back of which I went and put some tobacco in my mouth, hid the paper under the boards, and chewed my quid like a little man. It was not long before I felt that I did not like the weed as well as I thought I would, and was glad to throw away the nasty stuff. By the time I arrived at home I was pale and dizzy, and soon attracted the attention of my mother. Those who have had a similar experience will appreciate the various degrees of misery through which I passed, and the anxiety of my mother over the strange symptoms that successively presented themselves. The throes of the stomach were augmented by the stings of conscience when I thought of the whole wretched business, and I was willing to vow that I would never look at a bit of tobacco again as long as I lived. Thus ended my attempt to become a tobacco chewer, and not even Puffy Clark was told of my failure. It was many long years before I again touched tobacco in any form. William Connell is remembered as a scholarly man, a great reader and a profound thinker. He married Miss Nancy Merrill, a sister of the late Mrs. Tunis I. Vanderveer. After selling out his rug business, he opened a small store on the north side of Main Street, near the creek. This store became the resort of many of the intellectual residents of the village, and was often the scene of many spirited debates. He died in 1866 at the age of 59. In 1886 John Howgate, William McCleary, Samuel Wallen and David Krause, former employees in the Sanford and Sons carpet factory, formed a co-partnership for the manufacture of rugs, securing a building on the east side of Bridge Street in Port Jackson. During the same year the building was destroyed by fire. Securing a building at Rockton, which had formerly been occupied as a shoddy mill, they moved what was left of their plant and were soon in order for business, with 25 hand looms for weaving rugs. From that time to the present, the enterprise seems to have been a continued success. During 1897 it was found necessary to erect another large 3-story brick building some distance from the others. This building is fitted with power looms which are run by electricity, transmitted by cable from a large dynamo situated in one of the older buildings. This method of transmitting power on a large scale is new in Amsterdam, and is interesting in the perfect success of the enterprise. It will probably surprise most of my readers to know that at present the factory is fitted with 185 looms, employs 320 hands, and manufactures 3,000 rugs per week, or an annual output of over 150,000 rugs, valued at about $750,000. End of chapter 18. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 19 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 19. Old Indian Names and Sites. The Legend of Little Falls. There is more or less speculation about the origin of the word Caughnawaga, the popular impression being that it was the name of a tribe of Indians that were located near the present site of Fonda. This cannot be, as there never was a tribe of Indians of that name, but it may have been a corruption of two words, Gondawag, the name of an Indian village of the time of Isaac Jogues, and probably located near Klein, and Caughnawaga, the distinctive name of the Mohawks. Of course, you are aware that the word Mohawk is not Indian at all, because there were no labials, BPM, in the Mohawk language, but it is undoubtedly what was called Mohawk Dutch. There is another definition of the word Caughnawaga, which seems to me to be the correct one. Between 1667 and 1669, the French Jesuit fathers Pierron, Brias, and Fremin were successful in converting a number of the Iroquois to Christianity. Father J. Wynne, of the Order of Jesuits of New York City, in a recent letter says, "You will notice that it was the policy of the fathers to withdraw the Christian Indians from the Indians still unconverted all along the valley, from the lower Mohawk Castle as far as the Onondaga. The Praying Indians, as they were called, were located near the Lachine Rapids on the St. Lawrence, and the village named La Prairie by the French and Caughnawaga, at the rapids, by the Indians. And although the settlement was composed of Indians from the Canadian tribes and the tribes of the Iroquois Confederacy, among whom was the great Mohawk chief Kryn, They were always called Caughnawagas, or Praying Indians. At the burning of Schenectady there were 16 Algonquins, and 114 Frenchmen, and 80 Caughnawagas, or Praying Indians, led by Crin, the Mohawk chief. It will be seen that although the name may mean and probably does mean "at the rapids," it does not refer to rapids in the Mohawk, but to the site on the St. Lawrence at the Lachine Rapids. The Dutch named their early settlement near Fonda Caughnawaga, thereby transferring a word that belonged to the St. Lawrence River to the Mohawk Valley. The Dutch settlement was located at the eastern end of the present site of the village of Fonda, the old Caughnawaga church erected in 1763 and demolished in 1868, probably being the center of the old settlement. Investigations by archaeologists of the Mohawk Valley have brought to light the site of an Indian village, which is also called Caughnawaga, or Gandawaga, situated on the sand flats west of the village of Fonda. A desire to see the old Indian site was the object of a recent visit to Fonda by the writer. Inquiry of many persons young and old failed to elicit the desired information as to its locality, and an accidental meeting with the Reverend Washington Frothingham seemed providential, as he possessed the requisite knowledge of its location and kindly imparted the same. Following his direction, I visited the sand flat where it is said to have been situated. Accustomed to flats of the Mohawk Valley which lay along the river and are frequently covered with water in spring and during heavy rainstorms, I was somewhat surprised to find the sand flats on what is called the 400-feet plateau. I enjoyed the tramp to this elevated plateau, and was charmed with its level, fertile fields and its fringe of forest trees that partially obstructs the view to the east and to the north, while to the west and south the landscape reminded me of the word of Byron's dream, "A gentle hill green and of mild declivity, the last as it were the cape of a long ridge of such, save that there was no sea to lave its base." But a most living landscape, and the wave of woods and fields of grain, and the abodes of men scattered at intervals, and wreathing smoke arising from such rustic roofs, and in the distance the glistening, shimmering Mohawk. Although unsuccessful in my search for the exact location of the site of the ancient village, I felt well repaid for my walk, notwithstanding the dusty road and excessive heat that brought my blood nearly to the boiling point. At a subsequent date, having informed myself of the exact site, from a map drawn by the Rev. C. A. Walworth and published in Miss Walworth's Lily of the Mohawks, I continued my search in company with Professor J. A. Maney. Starting from the railroad depot, our attention was attracted to the old Fonda Hotel, its façade of Ionic columns suggesting the idea of a Grecian temple. It is quite an ambitious structure, and must have presented a very impressive appearance at the time of its construction, in 1835, from its isolation and the poverty of its surroundings. A suggestion of the same style of architecture is also seen in the old courthouse, south of the New York Central Railroad. Our route to Caughnawaga and Tekakwitha Spring led us up Main Street to the Cayudutta Creek, which we followed along its eastern bank until we came to a white bridge spanning the creek. The bridge seems to have been constructed for private use, as the road leading from it ended in a farmyard. As we were nearing our destination and desiring more definite information, we accosted a sturdy young man we met as follows: "Excuse me, sir, do you reside near here?" "Yes, sir." "Have you lived here long?" "About 7 or 8 years." "Do you know where the site of the old Indian village Caughnawaga is located?" "No, sir, I have never heard of it." "Did you ever hear of a spring near here called Tekakwitha Spring?" "No, sir." The professor smiled as we passed on, remarking that we were having our usual success. In the farmyard we met a man whose slow step, bent form, and gray hair seemed to indicate a septuagenarian. After the usual preliminary greeting, I inquired, "Have you lived here long?" "Over 60 years." "Did you ever hear of a spring called Tekakwitha Spring?" "No." "Do you know where the site of the old Indian village Caughnawaga is?" "That is down that way," pointing to the east, "but they say that there are some Indian graves up on the sand flats." "Can you tell us where?" "Up on the top of the hill, but I don't know just where." The professor again smiled, and we again passed on, remarking that we would have to trust to the map. Raindrops were beginning to fall, but not daunted in the least, we followed the track of the F.J. and G.R.R. along the high ground on the west for about a quarter of a mile, until we came to a point where the sand flat hill recedes from the railroad in the form of a half circle, forming a level, swampy field, partly covered with brush and berry bushes. Following an indistinct path through this tangled mass, which led us in an erratic manner up and down the slope and through the swamp, we came at last to a wooded ravine at the head of the circle. A barbed wire fence was safely passed, and we found ourselves in a small grove, and, about halfway up the hill, came upon Tekakwitha Spring. With a great expansion of imagination, we pictured the young Indian maiden in the scanty dress of Indian childhood, picking her way down the steep woodland path from the plateau above, with a rude earthen jar to be filled at the spring below. Perhaps other children of both sexes were following her, while at the spring crouches a painted warrior drinking in a primitive way of its cool water. Near by stands a dirty, unkempt squaw, cooling her feet in the stream that ripples down the hillside on its way to the Cayudutta Creek, while all around, the earth has been trodden bare by the coming and going of many feet from the village on the flat above, and broken branches and dead leaves choke the murmur of the waters. Today the stream is marked by the impress of the hoofs of the kine of the valley below, and scattered about are broken pieces of decaying fence boards, an old tin pail, a bit of red tile, and 2 narrow planks doing duty as a bridge near the spring. The spring itself issues from under the roots of a white birch tree, whose leafy branches bend over the spring as if to guard it from the rays of the sun. The gnarled and tangled roots of the parent tree remind one of the tentacles of a huge octopus as they stretch out over and into the black depths of the spring itself. Nature, with the aid of art, would make this little vale a beautiful spot. The professor, who took a snapshot of the spring and its surroundings, and who has a reputation of producing gems of beauty from the most incongruous elements, succeeded in making a very fine photograph of this secluded spot. We were nearing the end of our search for the Indian village, and climbing the steep path out of the ravine, we searched the sand flat and the field wherein the site of Caughnawaga is said to be. Diligent search failed to find any evidence of the old village, as the woodman's axe and the plowshare have long ago obliterated all trace of palisade and Indian sepulture. Previous search and examination, together with the finding of evidences of Indian occupation, have established the fact, however, that this spot was the site of old Caughnawaga. Kateri Tekakwitha was an Indian maiden born at Gandawaga, or Caughnawaga, in 1656. Her mother was a Huron captive and her father a Mohawk chief. At an early age she embraced Christianity, and in 1675 was baptized by the Jesuit father de Lamberville. Shortly after she fled to Canada to escape the persecution of the Mohawks, on account of her religion. Her route is said to have been along the Chuctanunda Creek at Amsterdam, and her destination Caughnawaga, at the Lachine Rapids, on the St. Lawrence River, where she arrived in the autumn of 1677. She died April 17, 1680, at the age of 24. In Miss Walworth's Lily of the Mohawks, the story of her life is told. A few months ago I was riding in a drawing-room car on the New York Central Railroad through the Mohawk Valley. In the same car was a small party of gentlemen and ladies, and it was apparent from their conversation and personal appearance that they were well-to-do, educated people from one of the western states, making their first trip through the valley of the Mohawk. It was very interesting to note their enthusiasm over the rocks and hills, after a lifelong residence on the flatlands of their western prairies, as they would call their companions' attention to a picturesque group of rocks, or the wooded slope of some slight elevation. Unconsciously my eyes would follow the direction of their gaze, and would become aware of charming bits of scenery that through familiarity with the banks of the Mohawk I had passed many times without comprehension. From being interested in their evident enjoyment of the scenes they were so swiftly passing through, I became interested in the scenery itself, and discovered many beauties in the valley of my lifelong home that I had overlooked or had become so familiar with that they were, in a measure, rocks and hills and streamlets, and nothing more. Since that day I have looked upon the scenery of the valley with the eye of an enthusiast, and have found beauty in every bend of the river and in every ripple of its rifts and shallows. Here and there throughout the valley numerous tributaries flow into the river, some of them being large, permanent streams, others mere rivulets, magnified into torrents at every considerable rainstorm. In many of the ravines or gorges through which these smaller streams flow are hidden charming bits of scenery, some of which might be dignified by the word sublime. I have in mind the ravine through which Lewis Creek runs, which I visited with Charles Newman of Cranesville. As before stated, this creek is the eastern boundary of the land which was purchased by Lewis Grote in 1715, who was one of the first purchasers of land in the town of Amsterdam, and named Adriuta, and known as Cranesville. There are many objects of interest in this ravine, one of which is a very large spring that is situated at the base of the hill, about 300 feet from the turnpike. The volume of water issuing from this spring was sufficient to furnish the requisite power for the primitive mill erected by Grote in 1730, on the site of the old building now known as Swart's Mill. At the present time there are the ruins of two old mill dams between the mill and the spring, the woodwork of the structure having decayed and almost entirely disappeared. The dam nearest the spring is the smaller of the two, and seems to have received the water from the spring alone. The sides and front of the dam are earth embankments, but the face of Poor is reinforced by a dry wall of flat stones. This stone front is further reinforced by stone buttresses on each side in the shape of a quarter circle, while in the face of the front wall is a square opening or gate with rotten wood facings, evidently used to discharge the water into the lower dam. The lower dam is constructed of earth and stone, in the same manner as the upper one, but without the stone buttresses, the two together being capable of storing quite a respectable quantity of water. The gray, or rather almost black, stone walls are moss-grown and in various other ways give evidence of their age, which is nigh on to 170 years. The spring itself will warrant more than a passing notice. Care was taken ages ago to wall it up on three sides, making an enclosure about 6 feet square, in the center of which the water boils as though forced from below, in a quantity that would fill an 8 or 10 inch pipe, and from the situation of the dams, It would appear as though the water from the creek, which is some distance away, was excluded from the dams. Probably because the flow of water in the stream was small except in storms, when it became a torrent. Penetrating the ravine a little farther, over a rugged path, we find that Lewis Creek is made up of two streams, one from the east and another from a northerly direction, the acclivity of the banks of both ravines being almost insurmountable. Entering the bed of the stream which flows from the northerly direction, we become aware of an obstacle in our path that it will be impossible to overcome, which is the sheer precipice, of perhaps 50 feet in height, of Adriutha Falls. I would say that this name, Adriutha, is applied to the falls probably for the first time, as it is usually spoken of by the homely name of Buttermilk Falls, although the application is not evident. All this locality between Lewis Creek and Evaskill was called Adriutha or Adriush, and this name is mentioned in the transfer of this parcel of land, and flats and woodland directly opposite at Klein, the supposed site of Onekagonka, to Hendrik Cuyler in 1686. I would therefore ask the public to accept the name of Adriutha Falls for this picturesque feature of nature in this wild gorge, instead of the wholly inappropriate name Buttermilk Falls. Also to apply it to the large spring in the glen, Adriutha Spring. I have been told that in the spring and in rainstorms the falls are a beautiful sight, but for the greater part of the year no water falls over this precipice. Reaching the top of the cliff from another direction, we find that about 50 feet from the brink is another fall, about 10 feet high, that cannot be seen from the bend of the creek below. Water is running over this cascade, but disappears before it reaches the brink of the precipice. The ascent to the top of the banks of the ravine is somewhat tiresome, but if the climber enjoys the picturesque features of nature, he will be well paid for his labor. About 100 feet below the precipice, at one side of the gorge, is a very large boulder which geologists will probably say was deposited where it now rests during the glacial period. Over this boulder and on the cliffs that constitute the rocky bank of the stream, honeysuckles are growing, the profusion of the many-pointed purple flowers adding a charming bit of color to the gray rocks that seem to be incapable of affording the requisite nourishment to this hardy climber. The branch of the stream from the east is broken by many cascades, and the banks of the ravine are quite abrupt, but at one point a steep ridge or spur, sometimes called a hog's back, is seen, with a well-worn path from creek to summit. The acclivity would be very difficult if it were not for trees and saplings to assist the climber along its narrow ridge. My principal object in visiting this ravine was to find, if possible, some evidence of Indian occupation. I had been told by some of the residents on the top of Swartz Hill that there were a number of holes or depressions in the ground along the ravine that were objects of interest on account of the mystery surrounding them and their evident ancient origin. It had been suggested that they had probably been used as corn pits by the aborigines. A thorough search along the eastern bank failed to reveal them, but ashes and charcoal were found 5 or 6 inches under the earth, on the eastern brink of the ravine, at the point where the path or trail on the Hog's Back reached its summit. Unexpectedly, I found the holes near the Adriutha Falls, on the western bank, but in such numbers that they could hardly have been used as corn pits. Instead of 4 or 5 holes, I found 15 near the western slope of the ravine, in an irregular regularity that would indicate that they had been dug for a purpose, but for what object I was unable to decide. A thorough examination of a few of these holes may solve the problem. It may be thought that I am spending a good deal of time in investigations that cannot possibly bring any fee or reward from a financial point of view. That is probably true, but there is a matter of great historical interest connected with the location of a large Indian village that undoubtedly existed on the banks of the Mohawk River between Amsterdam and Schenectady. The early history of the Mohawks is shrouded in mystery. Even the exact location of their castles at the time of the discovery of the Hudson River, in 1609, is still a matter of conjecture. Before the discovery of Van Curler's journal of 1634, all or nearly all of the researches of archaeologists were directed to points above Schoharie River, and theories were built up to prove that as early as 1642 the first Mohawk castle was located on the west bank of the Schoharie. The only knowledge we have of that early period is obtained from the Relations of the Jesuits, the statement of some of the Hollanders at Fort Orange, and, in 1666, the accounts of de Courcelle and de Tracy's expeditions to the Mohawk country, at which time they destroyed the 4 forts or castles of the Mohawks, and in all these accounts I can find nothing to contradict the theory that the first castle was located between the city of Amsterdam and the village of Pattersonville. That many of the Mohawks frequented the north bank of the Mohawk in that locality is shown by the numerous relics that are found along the flats and first range of the hills north of the river. The location of an Indian site is the object of our search, and the residents of the valley will assist materially by reporting their finds or any embankments or holes of ancient origin they may have discovered in their immediate vicinity. The finding of flint or stone implements, ancient pottery, freshwater clam shells, burnt stone, ashes, and charcoal at a little distance underground has often led to the discovery of the ancient site of an Indian village. What I mean by ancient is a village that existed previously to 1609, or perhaps as late as 1666. In all the early maps of the Mohawks country, Vanderdonk's of 1655, Vischer's of 1656, or the Jesuit map of 1665, although the 3 or 4 Mohawk castles are depicted thereon, the Schoharie, which might well be called a river where it enters the Mohawk, is not shown on any of them. If it was located between Fort Orange and the castles or Indian villages, it ought to have been known to the map-makers, especially as the little Mariaville pond is shown on 2 of these maps. Therefore we are inclined to look for 3 of the Mohawk castles of the above date below Schoharie River. I have no intention of posing as a scientist, but a recent visit to the picturesque little city of Little Falls, with its vast jumble of ragged rocks and high water-worn cliffs, turned my attention to the probable cause of the natural phenomena so plainly visible at the rocky city of the Upper Mohawk. As early as 1840, Professor Louis Agassiz, the noted naturalist, advanced the theory that the northern part of North America during the glacial period was covered with an ice cap which reached as far south as the 40th parallel of latitude, and north to the utmost limit of the earth. This included all of New York State to the Atlantic Ocean. The time of this period no man knows, or will ever know, but it was eons upon eons ago. The movement of the glacier, whose great weight and impetus were irresistible, was toward the sea, and in its journey it carved out valleys and converted jagged rocks into polished boulders, which were in some cases carried hundreds of miles and deposited in valleys and on mountain tops. In the vicinity of the Adirondacks and the White Mountains this glacier was more than a mile high, while in British America its estimated thickness was about 2 miles. This immense body of ice increased gradually from age to age, from north to south, and as gradually disappeared from south to north. The valley of the Mohawk was probably formed by part of this great stream of ice denuding the hillsides and disrupting mountains. As the ice cap receded from the sea, it left the valley of the Hudson bare, which became the means by which its melting body was conveyed to the Atlantic Ocean. Gradually the valley of the Mohawk was uncovered, and the ice receded to the vicinity of Lake Ontario, while yet the ice barrier blocked the St. Lawrence Valley, forcing the Lake Ontario depression to fill and the waters to extend in every direction except the north, until it found relief at Rome, New York, and the Mohawk Valley became the only outlet to the sea of the Great Lake Iriquois, or Ontario, and Lake Spencer, as the enlarged basin of Lake Superior, Michigan, Huron, and Erie combined has been called. Some of the water found its way to the Mississippi Valley at Chicago, but the greater part flowed through the Mohawk Valley. This continued until the St. Lawrence Valley was relieved of the glacier, which continued to waste slowly at both ends, and the waters of the Great Lakes found their natural outlet to the sea by the St. Lawrence, and the Mohawk Valley was relieved of this vast accumulation of waters. The above theory has been gathered from a monograph on Lake Agassiz by Warren Upham, and published by the Director of the United States Geological Survey in Volume 25. On the beautiful Sunday afternoon and evening that I wandered about the rock-bound city of Little Falls, I tried to imagine this wild spot as it appeared on the phlegmatic Palatine settlers at Mannheim, Danube, and the German Flats in 1722. At that date the rapids and their adjoining shores were in all their primitive grandeur, unadorned or marred by the works of man. Undoubtedly the water power early attracted to their border the saw and grist mills, whose dams probably were an unwelcome barrier to the daring warriors who trusted their lives to the birchen canoe in shooting the rapids. In every direction would have been seen rocks and running water, and rocky hills crowned with the primeval forests. For nearly a mile extended the cascades between perpendicular cliffs from 200 to 400 feet high, while at the foot of the rapids the stream was deflected by Moss Island or Moss Rock to pass through a rocky channel about 40 feet wide to the placid stream beyond. On the south side of the river the perpendicular face of a cliff 100 feet high, called Lover's Leap, threw its dark shadow on the turbulent stream, while to the west, for nearly a mile, the bare, perpendicular rocky face of a hill 400 feet high rose sheer from the shore of the rapids. A story is told of a young Indian maiden and her dusky lover, who, being pursued by a hostile band of Indians, sprang from this cliff, clasped in each other's arms, preferring death to separation. This occurrence gave to the locality the name spoken of above, but judging from the numbers of Jacks and Jills who now congregate on this elevated spot on summer evenings, it might well be named Lover's Retreat. In 1848 Benson J. Lossing passed down the Mohawk Valley, stopping at points of interest in search of material for his Field Book of the Revolution. His description of Little Falls is very interesting. Among other things he describes a cavern on one of the cliffs, which at that period overhung the New York Central Railroad at a point nearly opposite the Lover's Leap. He says, "The rugged shores present many incontestable evidences of abrasion by the violent action of water, 30 to 60 feet above the present level of the river. Many of them are circular, perpendicular cavities in the hard rocks, which are composed chiefly of gneiss, granite, and hornblende. On the western (northern) shore of the river, a few yards from the railroad, and about 30 feet above its bed, is a large circular cavity, with an opening about 10 feet wide facing the river, and over its entrance a massive lintel which appears as if hewn and placed there by the hands of man. Within this cavity, which is open at the top, are smaller ones on its concave side. Indian legends invest these cavities with romantic interest. One of them I will repeat, in brief, as it was told to me, for it is identified with the spot described. Long years ago, when the river was broader and the falls were more lofty, a feud arose between two young chiefs of two of the clans of the Mohawk tribe, the Wolf and the Tortoise. A maiden of the Bear clan was the cause of the feud, as maidens often are. She was loved by both of the young chiefs, and for a time she so coquetted that each thought himself beloved by her in return, as maidens often do. Her father was a stern old warrior, and loved his child tenderly. Both chiefs had fought the Mingos and Mohicans by his side, and the bravery of each entitled him to the hand of the maiden. Her affections were at length stirred by the more earnest importunities of the Wolf, and she promised to become his bride. This decision reached the ears of the Tortoise, and the embers of jealousy which disturbed both while unaccepted suitors burst into a flame of ungenerous revenge in the bosom of the disappointed lover. He determined to possess the coveted treasure before the Wolf should take her to his wigwam. With well-dissembled acquiescence in her choice, and expressions of warm friendship for herself and her affianced, he allayed all suspicions, and the maiden rambled with him in the moonlight upon the banks of the river when her affianced was away, unconscious of danger. The day approached for the maiden to go to the wigwam of her lord. The Tortoise was with her alone in a secluded nook upon the bank of the river. His light canoe was near, and he proposed a voyage to the beautiful little island in the stream, where the fireflies sparkled, and the whippoorwill whispered its evening serenade. They launched, but instead of paddling for the island, the Tortoise turned his prow toward the cataract. Like an arrow they sped down the swift current, while the young chief, with vigorous arm, paddled for the northern shore. Skilful as with the bow and hatchet, he steered his canoe to the mouth of the cavern described, as then upon the water's brink seized the affrighted maiden, and leaped ashore, at the same moment securing his canoe by a strong green withe. The cave was dry, a soft bed of skins of beasts was spread, and abundance of provisions were there stored. At the top of the cave, far above the maiden's reach, an opening revealed a passage through the fissures of the rocks above. It was known only to the Tortoise, and there he kept the maiden many months, until her affianced gave her up as lost to him forever. At length, while hunting on the southern hills in flowery May, the Wolf saw the canoe at the cavern. It solved the question in his mind. The evening was clear, and the full moon shone brightly. He waited until midnight, when, with an arm as strong and skill as accurate as his rival's, he steered his canoe to the mouth of this cavern, which was lighted up by the moon. By its light he saw the perfidious Tortoise sleeping in the arms of an unwilling bride. The Wolf smote the Tortoise, but the wound was slight. The awakened warrior, unable to grasp his hatchet, bounded through the opening at the top of the cavern and closed it with a heavy stone. The lovers embraced in momentary joy. It was brief, for a fearful doom seemed to await them. The Tortoise would return with power, and they had to make choice of death by the hatchet of the rival chief or by the waters of the cataract. The latter was their choice, and in affectionate embrace they sat in their canoe and made the fearful leap. The frail vessel struck propitiously upon the boiling waters, and, unharmed, passed over the gulf below. Down the broad stream they glided, and far away upon the margin of the lower lake they lived and loved for 2 generations, and saw their children's children go out to battle and the chase. In the long line of their descent, tradition avers, came Brant, the Mohawk sachem, the strong wolf of his nation. Since the above was written, in 1848, the New York Central Railroad has been widened at this point, by cutting away the face of the northern cliff, and the Dolgeville Railroad now climbs along an incline, also cut from this cliff, and has undoubtedly destroyed the cavern spoken of above. However, about 500 feet from the viaduct that carries the last named railroad across a deep ravine at the eastern end of the city, is to be seen what seems to be the back of this cavern, recessed about 2 feet from the present face of the cliff, and surmounted by slab or lintel, perhaps 15 feet long and 3 feet thick, reminding one of an entrance to some rock temple of India, as described by travelers. On the tops of both the northern and southern hills are found many potholes of varying size and depth, plainly indicating that the immense prehistoric streams that flowed through the Mohawk Valley from lakes Iroquois and Spencer must, at some period, have passed over the highest hills at that point. That there was a very high fall in existence where the foot of the rapids now is, seems to be indicated by the disrupted rocks in that vicinity, and the great depth of water at that point, which is said to be 100 feet or more. A very interesting rock is seen near the lower iron bridge, and about 100 feet from the river bank, and perhaps 30 feet above the present level of the stream. The rock stands about 15 feet above the surrounding earth, and is in the shape of a horseshoe, whose outer diameter is about 50 feet, inner diameter about 20 feet, and the width of the horseshoe about 15 feet, with the opening to the west, or up the stream. The inner surface of this horseshoe, or broken circle, which is bowl shape, is perpendicular and marked with segments of a circle all around the inside, plainly showing the rotary motion of water and debris, as it was poured in immense volume from high falls above it. At the eastern end of the inner circle is a pothole 5 feet deep and about 2 feet in diameter. This hole has been worn through the side near the bottom, indicating the manner in which this immense bowl was formed. I have no doubt that the removal of the accumulation of earth and water from the bottom of this bowl would uncover a cavity of remarkable interest. But Little Falls is historic as well as prehistoric. Across the river, below the State Dam which feeds the Erie Canal, are the remains of a well-constructed shallow aqueduct of 70 feet span, which was formerly used for floating canal boats from canal to a large basin which was situated on the north side of the Mohawk, back of the present station of the New York Central Railroad. This aqueduct is no longer used, one of the arches having been destroyed. In a previous chapter, mention is made of the early mode of navigating the Mohawk River and the canal at Little Falls, and from Rome to Wood Creek, and so on through Oneida Lake and Oswego River to Lake Ontario, with 2 short portages in Oswego River. To improve the waterway to the west, the Inland Lock Navigation Company, in 1795, constructed a canal about 2 miles long, from below the rapids to the deep water above the falls. This canal was cut through the rock on the north bank of the river, and with the aid of 5 locks bateaux were raised 42 feet and launched into the smooth water above the falls. A small portion is still to be seen in the western part of the city. Also the stonework of the 2 upper guard locks, or gates. The canal seems to have been cut through solid rock, was about 10 feet wide, and 10 feet deep at the upper lock. The width of the old canal indicates the maximum width of the bateau used by the early navigators. End of chapter 19. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 20 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 20. Canajoharie, the Hills of Florida. The Indian name for Canajoharie seems to have been spelled Canagera, and was originally applied to a singular hole in the creek that enters the Mohawk River at that place. The Indian interpretation is said to be the pot that washes itself, the water seemingly boiling as it flows from this singular hole in the bed of the creek. The name was also applied to the stream itself and to the land south of the Mohawk in its vicinity, and in after years to that village that grew up at its mouth after the Revolution. Historians, however, have of late years confused readers by confounding the Indian town of Canagera with the Canajoharie of the present day. All of the south side of the Mohawk, from the nose or spur of the Mayfield Mountains, which crosses the river near Sprakers, to the highlands at Little Falls, was known as the land of the Canagehas, and when the Canajoharie Castle is spoken of, it means the Indian settlement in the town of Danube in Herkimer County, and now known as Indian Castle, which was the home of Brant and Hendrick, and the place where Sir William Johnson assisted in building a church, which is called by writers the Church at Canajoharie. The first name we find applied to the present village of Canajoharie is Scramling, from a tavern kept by Henry Scramling, situated on the river opposite the Frays, as an early chronicler records it. Smith and Wells made the following entry in a journal. 13th May, 1769. At Scramlin's we turned off from the river, pursuing a southwest course for Cherry Valley. The carriers tell us that they were paid 30 shillings a load for carrying from Scramlin's to Otsego Lake. The creek itself is a thing of picturesque beauty, with its high cliffs and a cascade where the water falls from 40 to 50 feet. Opposite Canajoharie is Palatine Bridge, a station on the New York Central Railroad. In a history of Montgomery County we find the following. The earliest settlement in this town, and probably the first west of Schenectady on the north side of the Mohawk, was made by Heinrich Frey, a native of Zurich, Switzerland, who in 1688 left that city for America, bringing with him an open letter from the mayor addressed "To whom it may concern." Upon his arrival in New York in 1689, he received from Governor Dongan a "location ticket" for 100 acres of land on the Schoharie Creek, but the Mohawk Valley having more attractions for him, he soon removed thither, and settled just west of the present village of Palatine Bridge, where he erected a log cabin on a knoll near a fine spring. Here he laid claim to a tract of 300 acres of land, his only title to it, aside from possession, being, probably, obtained from the Indians. This land was subsequently included in the patent issued to Van Slyke, from whom Frey procured a permanent title. The old homestead has always remained in possession of the family, and is now the property of S. I. Frey, Esquire, who represents the 6th generation. The log cabin was occupied until 1739, when a substantial stone dwelling was erected. This building can be seen a few rods west of the village. It has a row of portholes on all sides, and during the French wars was stockaded and occupied by several companies of troops. The photograph of this ancient dwelling is represented on page 379. A picture is also given of a curious old window on the Ailey House (1752 to 1900) at Nelliston, New York. The house may also be seen from the car windows on the right-hand side going west between the Fry House and St. Johnsville. For many years travelers have viewed the valley of the Mohawk from the north side of the river, passing under the shadow of hills that tower above them, while their eyes have become so familiar with the southern shore that they cease to be impressed by its beauty. The West Shore Railroad, therefore, gives to the traveler the valley under a new aspect, and opens vistas that he hardly recognizes. One morning in the latter part of May, I boarded on the West Shore milk train, en route for Indian Castle. A thick haze somewhat obscured the sun, and the air was still and warm. As the sun climbed toward the zenith, feathery shadows were fitfully seen as we sped along the valley, while the sun itself, surrounded by a hazy halo and thin fleecy clouds, looked more like the full moon of a summer night than the brilliant blazing orb of day. The hills and valleys were partly obscured by a light blue vapor, which revealed the gray of the rocks, but toned the bright green of forests and fields to olive tints. As we near the nose, or rather noses, just east of Sprakers, the river makes a sharp bend from north to south, which, as we sped along, opened a charming vista of the Mohawk, and permitted us to see a long distance up the river between the high hills of the noses, which a moment before seemed to obstruct our passage. On both the north and south sides of the river, the hills rise perpendicularly to a great height, showing a great mass of rock with clinging vines and shrubs, and crowned with pine, cedar, and hemlock, whose dark foliage is mingled with the lighter green of oak and maple. At some distance from the point where we enter the pass, the northern ridge falls into a wide ravine, or short valley, running to the north, back of the country farm. Among the rocks of this ravine has been established an industry which, though it is said to be a monopoly, we do not care to have transferred to our city. I can pledge to you my word that the Board of Trade will have nothing to do with it. In that ravine lives a man who retails oil at $2 an ounce. His harvest begins in the warm days of spring, when the snow is disappearing, but is of comparatively short duration. At that season he dons his rubber boots and encases his legs in lengths of stovepipe, arms himself with a stout club, and invades the haunts of the rattlesnakes that infest that locality. You can judge of the number slain by the fact that during the year 1899 he sold $150 worth of rattlesnake oil at $2 an ounce. The hill on the south side of the river is sometimes called the Little Nose, but to one that gazes at its rocky elevation of 740 feet from its base, the name seems to be misplaced. Near its top, a little distance to the south, is the egg-shaped opening of Mitchell's Cave, a cavern very interestingly described by Percy M. Van Epps in a publication called The Museum. The entrance is made by a perpendicular drop, by means of a rope, of about 16 feet to an opening 11 by 30 feet and 13 feet deep. From this point, by incline plane and perpendicular descent, Van Epps, Van Horn, Hartley, and others penetrated to the depth of 280 feet without finding any very large rooms or extensive horizontal galleries. The cave, or cavern, has the appearance of having been formed by a huge cleft in the mountain, and the exploration is made not without danger and with considerable discomfort. The name Anthony's Nose is applied to similar high hills in two other places in New York State, one on Lake George, near Roger's Slide, and the other in the Highlands, on the Hudson. You will probably recall Washington Irving's story in his Knickerbocker History of New York of the incident which caused the last named hill to be called Anthony's Nose. Peter Stuyvesant and his trumpeter, Anthony Van Corlear, are sailing up the Hudson on a voyage of discovery. Early one morning, while their sloop is passing the Highlands, Van Corlear is lounging on deck. The sun, rising over a high hill, lights up the large red nose of Antony. Glancing from his nose, the ray of sunlight strikes the water and kills a sturgeon, whereupon Governor Stuyvesant proclaims that the hill shall be called Anthony's Nose. Passing by the rocky hills and extensive flats of the Mohawk, and many a lone fisherman, and glimpses of the old stone houses known as the Fry and Ailey houses, on the opposite shore, with due milk train speed, we at last reached Indian Castle. We missed the usual crowd at the station, because there are not enough people in the hamlet to make a crowd. The object of our journey being to visit the former home of the Indian warrior, Joseph Brant, and a church built by Sir William Johnson in 1763, we turned our steps toward the only spire that was visible. It being near our usual dinner hour, we accosted a lady, as we crossed the bridge that spans the Canajoharie, or Castle, Creek, and asked if there was a hotel or store in the place where we could procure some food. She kindly informed us that there were none, but volunteered the information that there was a canal grocery about 3/4 of a mile away that had a license. Further inquiry elicited the information that we could procure the key to the church of Mr. Willis Green, who lives in a large white farmhouse with extensive conservatories adjoining, situated near the church edifice. This locality is interesting because it was the last home of the Canajoharies and the upper castle of the Mohawks during Sir William Johnson's residence in the valley. I feel somewhat timid in writing about the Canagera Castle after S. L. Fry of Palatine has given it his consideration for so many years, and has written so much about it. But I propose writing from my standpoint of investigation, trusting that if I am wrong he will correct me. As Indian Castle is situated in Herkimer County, I also feel as though I was encroaching upon territory belonging to historians of the adjoining county, and may differ somewhat from their conclusions. In Miss Walworth's Tekakwitha is a map of ancient Indian villages, drawn by General John S. Clark, of Auburn, who was accompanied by Mr. S. L. Fry when sites of the villages were located. Although all other villages are represented as having changed their location frequently between 1642 and 1700, the Canajoharies seem, according to this map, to have been permanently located about 2 miles north of Palatine Bridge, and that they were never located at the village now known as Canajoharie. We will have to accept the conclusions of Messrs. Clark and Fry, as I know of no better authority than they on this subject. The same uncertainty about the Canajoharies seems apparent after 1700, until they were settled at Indian Castle on the Caughnawaga Creek. We know that they were there in 1755, when Sir William Johnson built a fort for them and named it Fort Hendrick, and that a blockhouse was there previous to that date, but I have not been able to ascertain the time of their removal to that locality. I have in my possession, however, a copy of an old deed which may throw a little light on the subject. It is a deed from the Indians to Jan Wemp of Fort Hunter, and describes the large island still in possession of his descendants. The western end of this island is opposite Fort Hunter. It reads as follows: "Possession and demand of, in and to, all that great island, lying and being in the county of Albany, in the Maquas River, most opposite to the Indian Castle at Canajoharie, together with as much land on the main on ye southwest side of said river as said island is in length, etc., etc. The above deed was dated 1720. My attention was called to it by the late R.A. Grider. The phrase, most opposite to the Indian castle at Canajoharie, would seem to indicate that it was located either to the east or to the west of the great island at Fort Hunter. East of the island, on the north side of the Mohawk River, on the high hill between Fort Johnson Creek and Dove Creek, many evidences of Indian occupation have been found, and may have been the site of the Canajoharie Castle in 1720. Sir William bought this property in 1739, and probably between the two dates, 1720 and 1739, the Canajoharies located at Indian Castle. In another deed to Jan Wemp, dated 1728, for lands in the same locality occurs this sentence: "Know that for sundry good causes and lawful consideration in moving, but more especially for the love and affection we bear to our loving friends, Jan Wemp and Cornelis Van Slyke," etc., etc. This would seem to indicate a removal of the Indians to some other locality, and may have been the time that the Canajoharies moved from the north to the south side of the river. Or it may refer to the removal of an Indian village from the lands purchased by Jan Wemp on the mainland. Evidence of an Indian village is still seen on the hills about 1,000 feet south of the Wemple residence. Indian Castle of today presents few evidences of former Indian occupation, except a few sunken graves in a cedar thicket at the western edge of the precipitous hill on which stands the old church. Mr. Willis Green, whose house stands within the line of the old stockade, pointed out a well still in use, which was said to have been in the center of the fortification, while back of his house is still to be seen the outline of the foundation of the house of Joseph Brant and King Hendrick. A hill on the opposite side of the creek is probably the site of the old blockhouse spoken of in the following letter from Sir William Johnson to Governor Delancey. Mount Johnson, June 6, 1755. Sir, I returned last night from the Canajoharie Castle, having first been at the Mohawk Castle. At both settlements I have fixed on places to build them forts. At Canajoharie I propose it on the flat land out of gunshot from the hill where the old blockhouses now stand, out of which upon the point of the said hill I propose to erect a good blockhouse. On the rear of the intended fort there is a clear improved vale run out of more than half a mile. On the left flank it will be assisted by the said blockhouse on the point of the hill, a fire between which and the fort will clear the open land on that side. The land is all clear and cultivated in the front. On the right side there are a few bushes and small wood to clear, when all will be open on that side for more than half a mile. One of the bastions to serve for a church, etc., etc. I am, sir, with the utmost respect, your Honor's most obedient and most humble servant, William Johnson. Governor Delancey. Procuring the key of the old church from its hiding place in the horse shed, I explored the old edifice, but did not find much of interest, as the interior has been modernized, except the windows, which still retain their small panes of glass. The entrance, which was formerly on the west side, has been changed to the north. I was told of an old bell in the steeple which is fractured and useless, on account of rough usage at the time of the Indian exodus to Canada during the Revolution. The Canajoharies attempted to take the bell with them, but when the whites became aware of it, they pursued and overtook the canoes on the Mohawk River. It is said that in order to save the bell from capture, it was thrown into the river. It was afterward recovered by the whites, and replaced in the belfry from which it had been taken, but in a damaged condition. About 2 miles west of the village, still in a good state of preservation, is the old brick residence of General Herkimer, erected in 1764. The first bridge across the Mohawk of Amsterdam was erected in 1821. This bridge was to consist of 2 spans, with abutments on each side of the river, and a pier in the center. It is quite evident that the engineer who planned its construction would never have been engaged to erect the Brooklyn Bridge, as a portion of the Amsterdam Bridge fell of its own weight before its completion, and the plan was changed and the bridge constructed with 2 piers instead of 1. The foundation of the old pier in the center can yet be seen during the summer, when the water is clear. This bridge was carried away by a flood in 1839, and another bridge that was immediately erected met a similar fate in 1842. The third stood firm until 1865, when the northern span was carried away during the spring flood of that year. In the early part of the spring of 1865, heavy rains had cleared the Mohawk of ice, and continuing for a number of days, filled the river until it seemed as though the banks could hold no more. In fact, it overflowed into the Erie Canal and filled some of the levels east of Auriesville. At that time a new lattice bridge was being built across the river at Fonda, the heavy lattice timbers being in place. The banks of the canal above having been washed away, 2 large canal boats passed into the river and, floating down, struck and wrecked the uncompleted structure. The morning this occurred was bright and beautiful with the sunlight of early spring, and many people were on the Amsterdam Bridge and the banks of the river, watching the unprecedented flood, which reached within 3 feet of the bridge, a covered structure of heavy lattice timbers that had withstood the wear and tear and storms of years. The water surging by was forced in huge volumes up the piers, and fell from their sides in muddy brown cascades, and seethed and boiled as it lashed the sides of the blocks of stones, as though it were angry that its course should be checked by such a seemingly frail impediment. Inside of the structure on beams and lattice was the dust of 30 years' accumulation. About 10 o'clock a telegram was received that the bridge above had been wrecked, and with 2 canal boats was floating down the river. The great danger to the Amsterdam Bridge was instantly recognized, and the merchants locked their stores and hastened to the riverside to watch for the first appearance of the impending danger. Soon in the distance could be seen a black object, which, as it drew nearer, was recognized as a large canal boat with cabins at each end and covered deck between, and about 1,000 feet behind, a large section of the wrecked bridge with its new timbers glistening in the sunlight. On came the boat with the speed of a racehorse, sitting high in the furious current, and it was seen at once that it could not pass under the bridge. When it was about 500 feet away it was floating broadside with the current, but as it drew nearer the bow swung around, and, amid the stillness of the breathless multitude, struck the north span of the bridge about 30 feet from the pier nearly head on, with a blow that made the old timbers bend like a bow. The recoil seemed to force the boat back. The current catching the stern landed it on the pier in its center, and was immediately forced up the pier by the force of the current until the whole huge boat was nearly out of the water. There it hung, balanced across the pier, with every joint creaking, for about 20 seconds, when the bow settled to the north, and with deliberate majesty plunged its whole length into the stream and out of sight, came up below the bridge, shaking the water from its deck like a huge leviathan, and passed on down the river. The shout that arose from the multitude was almost immediately checked at the sight that met the eye as it again turned westward. There, a short distance up the river, was the span of the bridge, floating slower, but with the resistless force, with the broken ends of the lattice sticking out in front like the prongs of a grappling iron. On it came, straight for the injured span, which it grappled to its wounded side, and amid the creaking and groaning of timbers torn asunder was engulfed by the wrecked span. Without any seeming diminution of speed, with its victim close locked in its embrace, it floated down the river and was stranded on the flats below. The wreck was hardly out of sight before the second span of the Fonda Bridge came down on the south side of the river with a rocking motion that carried it nearly out of sight, and as it dipped in the water just as it reached the bridge, it passed under without doing any damage, save tearing off a few boards as it came up again below. With their accustomed energy, the village trustees took measures to establish communication with their neighbors on the south side, and in due time an iron span was constructed which did good service until 1876, when another disaster occurred of a more serious nature. During the winter of 1876, from causes for which nature alone was responsible, an immense ice gorge was formed in the shallow riff near the Atlas Mill. This began early in the winter, and by spring had grown to such formidable proportions that it seemed as though nothing but the heat of the sun would ever remove it. During the month of February, however, a season of warm rains melted the snow and filled the streams to their utmost capacity, and culminated on the evening of February 15th with more rain and a strong westerly wind. Soon the ice below the bridge began to heave and groan, with ever and anon a report like a pistol shot, giving warning that the ice was breaking up under great pressure, and it was at once feared that the bridge was in great danger. Persons hurrying to their homes across the bridge through the darkness reported that the planks that constituted the floor of the bridge were raised in front and behind them as they swiftly sped from the impending danger. In those days we had no electric lights, and the gloom along the river bank was almost impenetrable to persons standing near the bridge. It was a fearful night. The roar and swish of the Chuctanunda in the distance, the mournful hum overhead, as the wind whistled through the wires and the iron bars of the bridge, the dismal raindrops, the thick, misty blackness of the night, the cracking of the ice, and the fearful gorge with its overshadowing horrors in the distance, were enough to make a person shiver with nervous terror. About 10 o'clock at night the belated spectators were aware of the movement of the ice, and at once tried in vain to pierce the impenetrable darkness that brooded over the gorge in the distance. Soon an unwonted sound, like the grinding, crashing, and rending of an irresistible body in motion, was heard. Closer came the sound, and peering with straining eyes into the gloom, we saw for an instant, before fleeing to a place of safety, the shadowy whiteness of a moving wall towering above our heads, and heard the sound of falling bricks and timbers from buildings wrecked along the bank. As we ran, we turned and saw the wall approach the bridge, strike it, and bear it along in front of it, with no more apparent effort than if it had been composed of cardboard, and pass on, leaving behind the dismantled piers and the flood of water that was already overspreading the banks of the river, and the total wreck of the substantial stone and brick building of Charles Spalt, near the bridge. If this was a fearful night, the morning brought a despondent day to those who had suffered from the flood, from wrecked buildings, and the loss of the life of a child as the parents were trying to escape from their threatened dwelling. The frame dwellings on the north bank of the Mohawk, in the rear of Charles Spalt's shop, had been moved from their foundations by the gorge, and were immediately surrounded by water. In one of these was George Lambier, an elderly man, confined to his bed with illness. He was removed to a place of safety with difficulty, Mr. Needham occupied another dwelling, and attempted to make his way through the water with his 3 children clasped in his arms. One of them slipped from his grasp into the water, and in the darkness and confusion was drowned. 3 other children were discovered by their cries to be clinging to a bush in the water. It is remembered that John F. Morris, attracted by the cries of distress, dashed into the water at the risk of his life, and one by one brought them in safety to dry land. Florida. The town of Florida is in the form of a triangle, with its base, so to speak, on the Mohawk River and its apex at the junction of Schenectady and Schoharie counties, a little southwest of Miller's Corners. This land was formerly the part of the grant of 86,000 acres to Walter Butler and 42 others in 1733, and afterward the 14,000 acres of Sir Peter Warren's estate, and the grants to Edward and Phyllis Harrison, Anne Wilmot, Maynard and Elizabeth Guerin, Henry Crosby and William Crosby, Jr., the last named grants extending along the borders of Schenectady County from the Schoharie Creek to the Mohawk River. At that date, 1735, all of the country in this section of the colony of New York was called Albany County, and the country west of Schenectady Township was spoken of as the Maquas country, or the country of the Mohawks. In 1788, the country north of the Mohawk River was known as the town of Caughnawaga, and south of the river as the town of Mohawk. Florida was formed from the town or district of Mohawk March 12, 1793, and its first town meeting was held in April 1794 at the house of Ezra Murray. The triangular section of land spoken of was named Florida. It is not recorded who gave it that name, or why that beautiful Spanish word was selected. July 23, 1898, is the date of one of the many pleasant drives which the writer has enjoyed on the Florida hills. Our road led past the Service and DeGraff mill in Mudge Hollow, which stands on the site of the first sawmill erected at that place, and owned by one Andrew Frank. About the beginning of the century, there were 2 grist mills and a tannery located at this place. The mills were owned by a Rowland and Mudge and McDonald, and the tannery by Bethuel Dean, the grandfather of Luther L. and James Dean, and the other children of John, Daniel, and Henry Dean. Bethuel Dean's name is found in the early records of Amsterdam, then living near Cranesville. Later he bought a farm on Yankee Hill, which passed to his son John, and was occupied by him at the time of his death. A letter from Oliver Delancey to Sir William Johnson, October 26, 1765, says, "I have directed Mr. John R. Bleecker to survey Sir Peter's (Warren) patents at Chuctanunda, and lay them out in lots of 100 acres each. He seems to apprehend some interruption from the Indians. In such case I beg you will prevent their giving any trouble." It would seem from the above that the land now known as Florida, or at least that portion of it near the mouth of the South Chuctanunda Creek, was designated by the owners of the patent as Chuctanunda, while that to the east was called Warrensburg, or Johnson Settlement, and that Indian families were located near the creek, and probably cultivated the flats on which the 5th Ward of Amsterdam is located. Turning to the left after passing the site of the old mills, our road led us over the first range of hills on the south bank of the Mohawk, which gave us a glimpse of the valley to the north and east. Coming to the old red brick house of John Vanderveer, we are reminded that we are in the vicinity of the homes of the earliest settlers, and a little further on we pass farms that bear names of the pioneers of Florida: Rowlands, Hubbs, Herrick, Thayer, Luke, Staley, Billington, Stewart, Van Slyke, Schuyler, Ferguson, McKinney, Ernest, Schuler, McClumpha, and a host of others. And on the top of a high hill, midway between the homes of Charles Ferguson and Fletcher Ernest, we stop on our weary horse to gaze on the scene before us, and are more at a loss than ever to understand why this beautiful country was named Florida. It is said that the name was given to the peninsula by the Spaniards, in allusion to the aspect of the country, the name signifying florid or flowery. It is also said that Ponce de Leon, who was in search of the fountain of life, touched the mainland rich with flowers on Easter Sunday, March 12, 1512. Easter was called by the Spaniards Pascal Flores, the Feast of Flowers, and christened the country Florida. In the grand view before me I can see no flowers nor palm trees, no live oak and cypress covered with moss and mistletoe, no stately magnolia or ambitious mangrove or coconut. The orange, the myrtle, the jessamine, the cork tree are not in sight. In place of plantations of wide-leaf bananas, we see the tall stalks of corn and the flowering potato. No swamps and stagnant rivers, with lazy alligators and gigantic turtles basking in the sun. No birds of brilliant plumage and screaming, discordant notes, or lazy, ne'er-do-well negro boys and olive-brown maids playing in the sand. No, this is not the Florida of Ponce de Leon, Narvaez, and De Soto, but it has a beauty of its own that is more attractive to the hardy northerner. As I gaze from the vantage point of the high ground south of Minaville, there is in view to the west the evergreen slope of Bean Hill, the highest point of land in Montgomery County, with its cultivated sides bright with meadow and forest, shielded from the western sun by its own vast height. To the east is the State Road, opened in 1812, to avoid the high hill on which we stand, and to make it easier to transport the heavy cannon and ordnance stores to the forts on the western frontier. In front of us and all around us are fields of grain, and meadows of clover and timothy that have already bowed their heads to the reaper and mower, leaving great patches of ivory-tinted stubble, and making a portion of the landscape look like a section of a huge crazy quilt. Here and there are great fields dotted with innumerable tiny hillocks of darker hue, each little hillock disappearing as the well-laden hay wagon passes near and adds to its load. In the distance these towering, rounded loads remind one of the huge elephants, or, perhaps, a mastodon wandering aimlessly over the vast fields. Wheat, oats, and barley are still nodding their heads, waiting for the reaper, but the sheaves of rye that dot hill and plains remind us that harvest is at hand. All along the road we pass orchards of apple trees and clusters of minor fruits, houses and fences in good repair, and no deserted homes. The hill on which we rest might well be called historic ground, as we stand in the center of a mile square, settled by one of the first pioneers in the town of Florida. Sometime near the year 1765, one Du Bois bought of Edward and Phyllis Harrison 640 acres, which was part of 2,000 acres known as the Harrison Patent of 1735. Dr. John Delamater says, Lawrence Schuler sailed from Württemberg for New York in 1755 in company with his father and two brothers, one whose name was George. The younger, whose name is not remembered, died in New York. Lawrence and his brother George removed to Catskill, where Lawrence married a woman by the name of Overbog, who had 5 children by a previous husband, and whose maiden name was Sarah Du Bois of French descent, and sister of the late Colonel Benjamin Du Bois, of Schoharie County, New York. It was through this wife that he probably came into possession of the Du Bois mile square, and by whom he had 3 sons, Jacob, born at Catskill in 1765, Solomon, born at Catskill in 1768, John, born in 1769, probably in Florida. Lawrence Schuler was born in Germany in 1736, and died February 14, 1813, age 77 years. A brother of Lawrence came to this country about the same time, and settled on the north side of the Mohawk. I have not been able to learn his name, but, as a record on a tombstone in the family plot of the Schulers reads, Jacob Schuler died 1807, aged 75 years, the supposition is that he was an older brother, and probably the ancestor of the Schulers who settled near Manny's Church. Lawrence had 3 sons, namely John, Solomon, and Jacob. John Schuler had 5 sons, namely D. Cady, Remsen, Daniel, Cholot, and Jacob. Solomon Schuler had 4 sons, William Solomon, Duane, John, and Jacob. Up to this time I have only been able to ascertain the genealogy of 2 of the sons of Lawrence Schuler, Sr., as follows: Lawrence Schuler, sons Jacob, Solomon, John. Solomon, sons William Solomon, Duane, John, Jacob. John, sons D. Cady, Daniel, Remsen, Cholot, Jacob. William Solomon, children Davis W., James, Darius, Theo Hale, William, Eliza, Lydia, Martha. Daniel, children Freeman, Henry V. Cholot, child Darwin A. James, children William S., Davis. William S., children Davis, Sanford. It is said that when the sons of Lawrence came to man's estate, he divided his mile square of land, reserving 2 farms for himself, giving the farm lately occupied by Henry V. Schuler to his eldest son, John, and the farm adjoining, on the road to Minaville, to his son Solomon, 1 each to the east to his sons Lawrence and Jacob, and reserving the balance, being 2 parts of the whole, for the homestead farm. The old homestead formerly stood in the field back of the present farmhouse of Fletcher Ernest, and the homestead farm comprised the 2 farms now owned by Charles Ferguson and Fletcher Ernest. Only one of these farms remains in the family, and that is the farm given to John, which has descended as follows: from John to Daniel, to Henry V., to Darwin A., the present owner, son of Cholot. Solomon Schuler's farm has been transferred as follows: Solomon Schuler to Rufus Herrick, Rufus Herrick to Davis Herrick, Davis Herrick to Charles W. McClumpha, Charles W. McClumpha to George McClumpha, his son, the present owner. On a hill we stopped to rest. In front of us, and about midway between the house of Charles Ferguson and Fletcher Ernest, and directly in front of our resting place, is the site of the first church in Minaville, and one of the first in the town of Florida. It stood in the center of the churchyard, which was also the first cemetery in that section of the country. Off to the east may be seen the square tower and white building known as the Scotch Church, while in front of us, about a mile away, but hidden from sight by a woods, is situated the successor of the old church on the hill. From Beers's History I take the following: Lawrence Schuler was a man distinguished for good sense, tempered by a spirit of piety and benevolence, and diffusing an influence of goodness and liberality through his family circle as well as in the neighborhood. The first Reformed Dutch church in the town was erected on his lands, as was also the neighborhood schoolhouse. He contributed towards the erection and support of both. To this church the Rev. Thomas Romaine of Caughnawaga was called to minister in 1784, and he served acceptably some years. This church continued in use until 1808, when another was erected at the street, 1 mile west, and only occasionally was service held in the old church thereafter, and until the frame was sold and removed from its site. The burial ground around it had become populous, and it now contains many ancient headstones with quaint inscriptions. At the present time this cemetery seems to have gone the way of all old graveyards, and is suffering from neglect to such an extent that a passer-by would hardly know that the simple wire fence that surrounds it encloses the ashes of the founders of Florida. The dense mass of rose and briar bushes and weeds of thrifty growth have produced a thicket around and over the sunken graves almost as impenetrable as the chaparral of the flowery peninsula on the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, I was able to decipher but a very few of the inscriptions on the tombstones. It seems a pity that this old graveyard, probably the oldest in Florida, around which hover so many sad and tender memories, should not receive enough attention from the proper authorities to render these old tombstones legible. The wisdom of setting aside a fund for the perpetual care of cemeteries is apparent when we reflect on the condition of this old graveyard. It is said that at the beginning of the last century, Cranesville, Amsterdam, Veddersburg, and Minaville were about the same size, with odds in favor of Minaville. Very early in the settlement of the last named place, some wag fastened upon it the name of Yankee Street, which was afterward contracted to The Street, by which name it was known for many years. At that time Port Jackson was without a name except Chuctanunda, and contained but 2 or 3 houses, while below, to the east, was Warrensburg, where considerable business was transacted. In the latter part of the 18th century Yankee Street was the center or capital of Florida, where the pioneer farmers went to get their supplies. From Beers's History we make the following extract. Minaville, nearest the geographical center of the town, received its name in 1818, replacing the not very distinctive title, The Street, or its less elegant form, Yankee Street, by which it was long known. It was early, and for many years, quite a center of country trade. It is prettily situated on a wide verdant bowl, whose southern rim is the Shellstone and Bean Hill ranges, and its northern horizon a lower line of ridges, forming a woody fringe. Through it flows the winding Chuctanunda. The quiet air of thrift and comfort that rests upon the place is not unattractive, and one could find here a pleasant home if seeking seclusion, the world forgetting and by the world forgot. 2 churches, stores, a hotel, schoolhouse, cheese factory, and several shops are comprised in the village. The Reformed Church, the successor of the old church on the hill, was built in 1808, and the Methodist Church in 1835. No wonder the stores were well patronized, when we read the names of the farmers who traded there, some as early as 1785. David Cady, Nathan Stanton, Ezra Murray, Lawrence Schuler, Daniel Schuler, Philip and Pierre Frederick, William and Peter Young, George and Jacob Staley, John Van der Veer, Peter and Jacob Houck, Elisha Cady, George, Peter and Christian Service, Ruelife Covenhoven, Asa Waterman, John Quackenboss, Ephraim Brockway, Louis Phillip, Philip Doty, Cornelius Phillip, William Phillip and Cornelius Phillip II, and a host of others. But why was the place called Minaville? We are told that it was named in 1818 by George Smith, who occupies a prominent place in the social and political annals of the town, and who was a courteous and successful merchant. He married 2 daughters of Judge David Cady, and built a residence which, at the time of its erection, was regarded as the finest in the county. He subsequently purchased and improved Fort Johnson, and dwelt there until his death. He was the grandfather of George Smith Devendorf, of Amsterdam, and Dr. Charles A. Devendorf, of Detroit, Michigan. It is said that he named the hamlet after General Mina, a Spaniard. Why? There were two Spaniard generals of that name. General Francis Mina, a Spanish guerrilla, harassed the French troops under Napoleon in Spain, and accompanied by his nephew, Xavier, was captured by the French during the Peninsular War, and detained in Vincennes 4 years. He afterward went to England and became interested in the cause of the Mexican patriots and their struggle for independence. After receiving some aid in England, he sailed for America in 1816. In the United States he received sympathy and substantial aid and about 200 American volunteers. At Galveston he was reinforced by 100 more Americans, and in April 1817 he landed in Mexico with 500 men and marched direct to the capital, cutting his way through such bodies of Spaniards as he met. He was successful in a number of engagements, but was at length surprised at night, captured, and put to death in front of the fortress of Remedios, October 27, 1817. This was the man for whom Minaville was named, not because he was a Spaniard, but because he was a brave man and the leader of American volunteers fighting for the independence of an alien nation, and then, as in our recent war in Cuba, against the tyrannical Spaniards. In speaking of the descendants of Lawrence Schuler, I have only been able to follow the male line of his family. I have been told that Dr. John Delamater, uncle of Mrs. Davis Schuler, made an attempt to make a genealogical record of the Schuler family. He succeeded very well with the male line, but the record of the female line, with all the marriages and intermarriages, he gave up as a hopeless task, and he having failed, I feel that I am excusable for not undertaking it. Dr. John Delamater was born and reared in the town of Florida, and became a physician of eminence. For many years he was an able professor in his calling, at Fairfield and at Cleveland, Ohio. He died there, a beloved physician, for his amiable disposition, gentle manners, and goodness of heart. On the highest point of the first range of the Florida hills, which the French invaders in 1693 called mountains, is a tract of land formerly part of the Peter Warren grant, which is now known as the Vanderveer farm. After the War of Revolution, between 1790 and 1791, John Vanderveer, a native of New Jersey, but of Holland descent, settled on this land, then in its pristine ruggedness. Imagine, if you can, the view that met his eye and perhaps influenced his selection of a home for his family in the Mohawk Valley over a century ago. Coming in as he did from the sandy flats of New Jersey, the sight must have seemed grand and beautiful. Immediately in front of him were the primitive forests, whose tops of various shades of green and brown rolled in undulating waves as they conformed to the receding slopes of hills that stretched away on either side of the Mohawk River. Westward, hid from view by hills and forests, lay Fort Hunter, whose palisades enclosed the ruined chapel of Queen Anne. Nearer, on the north side, stood Fort Johnson and Guy Park, both lately vacated by their fugitive owners. A line of gray between the river and the green bank above marked the Juchtanunda of the Mohawk, the rock shelter along the shore of the Indians. Following the bank of the river a little farther eastward, the northern Juchtanunda pours its foaming, turbulent tide into the river which, in the distance, washes the base of the cliff of pictured rocks. Still gazing toward the east, he sees in the dim distance the Canajoharie, or Tarayun of the Indians. The stream itself is an avenue of commerce, and the laden bateaux of the boatmen may be seen gliding along by means of pole and paddle. Along the north bank are trains of heavy canvas-covered wagons making tedious haste, with 4, 6, and perhaps 10 horses, and perhaps a well-filled Concord coach and files of Continental soldiers. If he allows his gaze to span the valley, his eye rests on another range of hills of equal height with his own, and perhaps even then he covets the land which after 3 decades became the property of a member of his family. John Vanderveer and his wife, Catherine Conover, lived in Florida over half a century, and with their sons and daughters became a family of wealth and influence. By marriage the family may be traced to the descendants of nearly all the oldest and most prominent families of the present towns of Florida and Amsterdam. One of his ancestors, Cornelius Jans Vanderveer, Cornelius, son of John from the ferry, emigrated in the ship Otter in 1659 from Alkmaar in North Holland to New Amsterdam, now New York. He settled in Flatbush, Long Island, where he was magistrate in 1678 to 1680. There he married Teintje, Catherine, daughter of Gilles Giles de Mandeville. Her father came from Gelderland in Holland to New Amsterdam in 1659, being one of the Huguenots who were so numerous among the early immigrants, and who by their knowledge of textile industries formed so valuable an addition to the early settlements in this country. Cornelius Vanderveer and Teintje, his wife, had numerous children, among them Dominicus, who had several children, one of them being Tunis, who was the first of the family to settle in New Jersey, and was the grandfather of John, spoken of above, and his brothers Garrett and Hendrick, all of whom located in the Mohawk Valley about 1790. The New Jersey family must have been exceedingly wealthy for those early days of our country, as it is said that John Vanderveer, the subject of this sketch, brought with him to his Florida farm $80,000 in cash. The land was purchased of one John Watts, a relative of the wife of Sir John Johnson. John Vanderveer had 8 children, 5 sons and 3 daughters. Of the sons, Garrett was born in 1799 and inherited the homestead farms now occupied by his descendants. John, at middle age, moved to Schenectady, where he died a few years ago. Cornelius came to the village of Amsterdam, and later in life was killed by a premature blast in the eastern part of the village, leaving a wife and 3 children, J. Watts Vanderveer, at one time clerk of the county, Emily, who married D. P. Corey, and Helena, who married Harvey Kennedy of New York. Jenny, the eldest child, married Joseph Stanton, and for her second husband, John Sherburne. Catherine became the wife of Peter I. Enders. Of the daughters, Sarah married a Service, and for her second husband, James Greenman. Henry Vanderveer married a Miss Conover. He died young, and his wife and son soon followed him. The possession of so large a sum of money as $80,000 made it very easy for John Vanderveer Sr. to acquire land in his vicinity, and in 1822 he secured of Nicholas Vedder a portion of the large tract of land known as the Tunis I. Vanderveer estate, being located on the first range of hills north of the Mohawk River, opposite to the homestead farm. This land was immediately occupied by his son, Tunis I. Vanderveer, who continued to add to the first purchase as opportunities presented themselves. End of chapter 20. Recording by Roger Melin. Chapter 21 of the Mohawk Valley. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Roger Melin. The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed. Chapter 21. Oriskany. In the month of August 1777 occurred two of the most important battles of the Revolution, the results of which were finally seen in the surrender at Saratoga of General Burgoyne to General Gates and the victorious Americans, when the campaign, begun with the bombastic proclamation of the British general, who signed his name, John Burgoyne, Esquire, Lieutenant General of His Majesty's Forces in America, Colonel of the Queen's Regiment of Light Dragoons, Governor of Fort William in North Britain, one of the Commons of Great Britain in Parliament, and commanding an army and fleet of an expedition from Canada, etc., etc., ended in the complete and humiliating defeat of that windy gentleman. I have, says the proclamation, but to give stretch to the Indian forces under my direction, and they amount to thousands, to overtake the hardened enemies of Great Britain and America. I consider them the same wherever they may lurk. The battles I speak of are those of Bennington and Oriskany. It was at the Battle of Bennington that he received the first check to his victorious march to Albany through the Champlain Valley, and at Oriskany and Fort Schuyler the turning back of the attendant expedition to Albany by way of the Mohawk Valley. The plan of the campaign of Burgoyne was arranged in London and provided for a force of 4,000 British troops and 3,000 German, to which were added some Canadians and a body of Indians. An auxiliary force under Colonel St. Leger was to leave Montreal for Oswego simultaneous with Burgoyne's expedition through the Champlain Valley, and there join a body of Tories under Sir John Johnson and Indians under Brant, who were to clear the Mohawk Valley and join Burgoyne and General Howe, who was to proceed up the Hudson, at Albany. In 1758, at the head of boat navigation on the Mohawk River, where the village of Rome now stands, was erected a fort for the protection of the settlers against the French and Indians during the last French War. This was named Fort Stanwix. Although strongly built, it was found to be untenable at the beginning of the Revolution, and in 1776 a new fort was built and named Fort Schuyler in honor of General Philip Schuyler. This name seems to have been a favorite one for fortifications. In 1709 a fort was erected on the Hudson near Schuylerville, and a little later a rude fort was built on the present site of Utica, both of which were named for Peter Schuyler. The earlier one was destroyed by its builders, and the later decayed through neglect. Previous to this, a rude stockade fort stood on this site, and was called Fort Williams, from its commandant, a Captain Williams. It is spoken of as being well built, having 4 pieces of cannon and garrisoned with 150 men. It was destroyed by General Webb in 1756, after the fall of Oswego. 4 miles away on Wood Creek, at the western end of the carrying place between said creek and the Mohawk River, was another fort named Fort Bull. March 27, 1756, this was attacked by a party of French and Indians under Monsieur de Lery. The defenders of the fort were massacred, and the fort was blown up and burned. It is said that this fort was rebuilt about 2 miles from the present city of Rome, and is probably the Fort Butte of the Tryon map of 1779. The siege of Fort Schuyler and the attendant battle at Oriskany form a theme of never-ending interest to the dwellers of the Mohawk Valley, many of whose ancestors were active participants in that gruesome engagement. In April 1777, Colonel Peter Gansevoort, of the New York line, was appointed to the command of Fort Schuyler, and when he reached the post he found the works in an unfinished state and not only indefensible but untenable. On the 29th of May, Colonel Marinus Willett was directed to join the garrison at Fort Schuyler with his regiment, and, with the active assistance of that officer, Colonel Gansevoort proceeded to put the fort into as defensible state as the circumstances would permit, without knowing the character or strength of the enemy they were destined to oppose. The garrison consisted of 950 men, and although they had a plentiful supply of ammunition for small arms, they had only about 400 rounds for the cannon. In June, information was received from a spy, a friendly Oneida half-breed sachem named Thomas Spencer, that a body of troops consisting of 700 Indians under command of Joseph Brant and 400 regulars and 600 Tories under Sir John Johnson and Colonel John Butler, the whole force under command of Colonel St. Leger, were to rendezvous at Oswego, and from thence proceed to the Mohawk Valley, with Fort Schuyler as their objective point. This information, instead of arousing the phlegmatic Germans of the upper valley to prompt and efficient action, seemed to paralyze them with fear. The timid became backwards in preparing for the field, while the wavering became loyalists, or at the best, passive Whigs. To counteract this effect, General Herkimer issued a stirring proclamation informing the inhabitants of the gathering of the enemy's forces at Oswego, and calling upon all between the ages of 16 and 60 to hold themselves in readiness to repair to the field, while the invalids, and those over 60 years of age, were directed to arm themselves for the defense of the women and children, and for the protection of their homes. The disaffected were also ordered to be arrested and disarmed. The appeal was not without its effect, and the militia and the people, stimulated by the near approach of danger, moved with a degree of alacrity which contrasted strongly with their former apathy. On the 3rd of August, Colonel St. Leger arrived before the fort, with his whole force of blatant Tories and howling savages, and a pompous demand was sent to Colonel Gansevoort, which dealt liberally in threats of vengeance to those who refused to recognize the king and submit to his authority. No notice being paid the demand, hostilities commenced on the morning of the 4th of August. St. Leger at this juncture sent a dispatch to General Burgoyne expressing his assurance that Fort Schuyler would be in his possession directly, and the hope that they would meet as victors at Albany. An interesting episode is connected with this siege, which I think is not generally known. On the 14th of June, 1777, Congress ordained that the flag of the 13 United States should be 13 stripes, alternate red and white, and that the Union be 13 white stars on a blue field. In August, 1777, Fort Schuyler was without a flag when the enemy appeared, but their pride and ingenuity were equal to the occasion. The white stripes were made from strips cut from shirts, the red from bits of scarlet cloth, and the blue ground for the stars from a cloak belonging to Captain Abraham Swarthout, of Dutchess County. This is thought to have been the first flag of the regulation Stars and Stripes that was raised above a fort in the United States. The arrival of St. Leger at Fort Schuyler soon became known throughout the Mohawk Valley, and General Herkimer summoned the inhabitants in accordance with his proclamation. They nobly responded, not only the militia, but the gentlemen of the county and members of the Committee of Safety hastened to Fort Dayton, now Herkimer, and on the 5th day of August, when the Indians invested Fort Schuyler and by their hideous yells attempted to intimidate the garrison, Herkimer was at Whitestown, 8 miles from the fort, with 800 undisciplined but brave and enthusiastic troops eager to face the enemy, having crossed to the south side of the Mohawk at Fort Schuyler, Utica. While the party remained at that place, General Herkimer sent Adam Helmer and two trusty men to apprise Colonel Gansevoort of his approach and concert measures of cooperation. 3 successive discharges of cannon were to announce the arrival of the couriers, which he knew could be plainly heard at the encampment. Having experienced considerable difficulty in approaching the fort, Adam Helmer did not succeed in entering until 10 o'clock on the morning of the 6th. The signal guns were immediately fired, and as the message of General Herkimer intimated his intention to force a passage to the fort, a sortie was immediately arranged for the purpose of diverting the attention of the enemy. On the 4th, when Herkimer and his troops left Fort Dayton, Thomas Spencer, the faithful Oneida, was with him. Noticing the impetuosity of the men and the total disregard to all order of marching, without reconnoitering or throwing out flanking parties, he insisted upon these precautionary measures being adopted, in which he was joined by General Herkimer and some of the older officers. The junior officers ridiculed the idea, and General Herkimer, contrary to his own judgment, did not enforce the order. On the morning of the 6th, a renewal of these scenes took place in Herkimer's camp. With the same caution which the general had previously manifested, he desired to remain where he was until some evidence was received that a movement from the fort had been made. The new-born zeal of his junior officers revolted at the idea, and angry words ensued, in which the brave but cautious old man was denounced by Colonels Cox and Paris as a coward and a Tory. This bitter taunt sank deep into his heart, but he answered calmly, "I am placed over you as a father and guardian, and I will not lead you into difficulties from which I may not be able to extricate you." There was a brief interchange of further hot words between the general, Colonel Bellinger, and John Fry on one side, and the mutinous colonels and men on the other, while the old man stood defiant, with chin raised and dark blazing eyes. The confusion became unbearable, and the shouts of "Lead on! Lead on!" from the crowd more vehement. Suddenly Herkimer sprang upon a log, too much incensed to control himself, and cried, "If you will have it so, the blood be upon your heads." Waving his sword, he shouted in a voice all the 800 could hear, "Voorwaarts!" Instantly, with exultant cheers, the men rushed for their arms, officers their horses, and the teamsters the baggage train, everyone eager to reach the enemy without regard to their order of going. Through the efforts of the general the 4 regiments were brought into a semblance of order, with Colonel Visscher and the Caughnawaga company in the rear as guard of the ammunition and supply wagons, and so, marching swiftly and without scouts, at 9 in the morning they started forth. Information of the approach of General Herkimer having reached Colonel St. Leger on the evening of the 15th, and the latter preferring to receive him in the field rather than in his camp, detached 80 men of Sir John Johnson's Royal Greens, under Major Watts, Sir John's brother-in-law, and the entire body of Indians under Joseph Brant, the whole under command of Sir John Johnson, to intercept his approach. It appears that the influence of Brant prevailed, and that it was determined to draw the Americans into an ambuscade. For this purpose, with a sagacity which does even that remarkable man great credit, a position was selected which was admirably adapted for his purpose, about 2 miles west from Oriskany and 6 from Whitesboro. At this place were 2 short ravines running from south to north, both opening to the north, and separated by a level plateau of perhaps 10 acres, about 50 feet from the bottom of the ravines. This plateau gradually narrowed to a rounded point as the ravines opened out and gradually merged into the swampy flats that stretch north to the Mohawk River 3/4 of a mile away, The westernmost ravine was the rendezvous of the British troops, who were stationed along its upper eastern edge, effectually concealed by its fringe of low trees and bushes. The Indians rapidly took their positions around the south, north, and eastern edge of the easternly ravine, nearly enclosing it, except where the rude road of logs, constructed earlier in the year by Colonel Gansevoort for easier carriage of cannon and supplies for Fort Schuyler, 6 miles away, ran down and over the swampy bottom of the fatal ravine. All around were trees and low bushes, and the attendant rotting logs and tree trunks, while tangled masses of dead branches and underbrush bordered each side of the rough road that stretched out east and west until lost in the gloom of the forest, while the swampy flats, dimly seen through the mouth of the ravine, were covered with tall swamp grass and the long flat leaves of cattail and calamus, with here and there a scrub pine or willow, making a treacherous concealment for the naked savages. Occasionally a group of pond lilies and other aquatic flowers added color and beauty to the diversified landscape. Meanwhile, General Herkimer had moved on from the mouth of Oriskany Creek, entirely unconscious of the ambuscade 2 miles away. Their route lay along the firm lowlands for about a mile, the road gradually bearing to the south and up the low forest-covered hills that led to the fatal ravine. The morning was dark, sultry, and lowering, and the muttering of distant thunder was in the air, unheeded or unnoticed by the troops whose minds were intent upon reaching the fort. The Canajoharie regiment, with General Herkimer and Colonels Cox and Paris in the van, was the first to reach the eastern edge of the slope down which the corduroy road ran to the marshy bottom of the ravine. The general and the colonels, spoken of above, seemed to have been at the head of the troops down this rough road, followed in a joyous and rollicking manner by 3 regiments and the baggage train. The van had nearly reached the top of the western slope, and the balance of the troops were huddled together at the narrow crossing, and the baggage train was waiting for an opportunity to cross. Colonel Visscher with the Caughnawaga company was yet on top of the hill, waiting for the bridge or ford to become cleared before descending. Those on the other side were looking back to see the wagon making its way down the hill. Colonel Cox was giving an order to those below when the report of a rifle was heard, and Colonel Cox fell headlong upon the neck of his horse, which turned and at a mad gallop dashed down the slope and into the startled crowd at the ford. Instantly, as though the rifle shot had been a signal for action, swarms of red devils dashed upon the Visscher company, firing and yelling as if in hellish delight, separating them from the troops below, and fairly overwhelming them with superior numbers, at the same time completing the cordon that was drawn around the doomed Americans in the valley below, while from every tree and bush rang out the report of rifle and the war cry of the Indians. Then ensued a scene of direst confusion, as the troops at the crossing realized that they were completely surrounded by hordes of naked, painted, savage devils, with apparently no avenue of escape. At the first discharge many had been killed, while others, wounded, had fallen into the slimy marsh, either to be drowned or to receive the death stroke by hatchet or knife from the foe who became bold at the evidently helpless situation of the soldiers. To return a moment to Colonel Visscher and part of the Caughnawaga company, who had become separated from the main body of troops. Finding themselves assailed on 3 sides, the company rapidly retreated, firing as they went, behind tree and bush in true backwoodsman fashion, drawing the Indians after them, who were intent upon their death or capture, and neglecting for the time being their duty on the hilltop in their frenzied pursuit. General Herkimer, although taken by surprise, seems to have risen equal to the occasion. Urging his horse down the hill slope with energetic efforts, he succeeded in pulling the troops who had already crossed up to the level plateau, where they were met by the fire of Sir John Johnson's Rangers in front, along the top of the second ravine, and the fire of the Indians concealed on both flanks. Noticing that the fire from along the eastern slope of the ravine was thin and somewhat irregular, he ordered Colonel Bellinger and the soldiers who had not yet crossed the causeway to retake the hill. Dashing through the hail of lead on both flanks, the stalwart Palatine Germans stormed the hillside, firing to kill as they went, and then meeting their antagonists with the swinging blows of clubbed muskets. Regaining the hilltop, they formed themselves into circular squads, leaving the bottom of the fatal ravine to their dead and dying, and the occasional prowling painted savage with ready knife searching for scalps and plunder. It was at the time that Herkimer had succeeded in getting the regiment in some sort of order on the plateau that he received the bullet through his leg which at the same time killed his horse. He was taken up and carried up the slope to the plateau and placed upon his saddle at the foot of a large beech tree. Having lighted his pipe, he sat and continued to order the battle with the utmost firmness and composure until the enemy retreated. For 3/4 of an hour the contest continued with fury on both sides. At that time the enemy began to concentrate his forces and by slow degrees to close upon the Americans from all points of the circle. Noticing this movement, the Americans on the plateau formed themselves into circles, and their resistance from that moment became more effective. To counteract it, the fire of the Tories was discontinued and the enemy charged with the bayonet. And then, more than ever before, the contest became a death struggle, hand to hand and foot to foot. Never did brave men stand a charge with more dauntless courage, and the enemy made no impression. At this moment a blinding flash followed by a crashing peal of heaven's artillery burst upon the ears of the combatants. Attent upon the battle, the approach of the thunderstorm had been unnoticed until it burst upon them with inconceivable fury. The roaring wind, the swaying of the tree tops, and the sudden downpour of rain arrested the work of death and drove both Indians and whites to seek shelter under trees and bushes. For nearly an hour rain fell in torrents. But even the vivid lightning, the furious wind, the rolling thunder and the crashing of falling trees did not prevent the Americans from making preparations to renew the deadly struggle. The wounded bound up their wounds. Every musket was carefully loaded and protected from the rain. Each soldier refreshed himself with water and food, and waited impatiently for the cessation of the storm. General Herkimer had formed the Americans farther up the plateau towards the south, and had succeeded in withdrawing the troops under Colonel Bellinger and Captain Jacob Gardiner from the east side of the ravine. Formed into a circle, each man protected by tree or log, they were ordered to adopt a new mode of bush fighting to counteract the operation of the Indians, who, as soon as they saw a gun discharged from behind a tree, rushed upon and tomahawked the marksman before he had time to reload. To prevent this, General Herkimer ordered 2 men to take each tree, one to fire at a time, and the other to reserve his fire for the Indian who might seek their scalps. In imagination I can see the bluff, rugged old man, whose tawny Saxon hair veils the silver-gray locks that would be a fitting crown for his years of life. His angular form and hardened muscles indicate laborious toil and exposure, while the slow, automatic movements of his limbs are those acquired by following the plow or picking his way over broken farmland. On his bronzed, careworn face is a look of pain, but his firm, eager eyes scan every movement of his beleaguered troops and the red-skinned enemy. His commands are given sharp and short, like the quick blue puffs of smoke from his short black clay pipe. It is pleasant to note that, however rebellious his impetuous men appeared on the march, his orders are now obeyed with the utmost confidence in the judgment and loyalty of their much-abused leader. His buff-faced blue coat and vest are disordered and blood-stained, and his wounded leg nearly bare, bound with a red silk handkerchief, while his neck and breast are uncovered to the hot, sultry air. The storm at length passed over, and amidst one of the most intensely hot days, the battle was renewed with increasing fury. The new position of the Americans, and the new system of bush fighting, however, soon produced their legitimate results, and the Indians suffered severely, so much so, indeed, that they began to show signs of uneasiness, and Major Watts moved forward a second detachment of Royal Greens, which had been sent out by Colonel St. Leger to support them. These men were Tories, many or nearly all of them from Tryon County and former neighbors of the men they were marching against, and as they advanced so near as to afford mutual recognition, the contest became if possible more terrible than before. Mutual revenge and hate raged in their bosoms. The Americans fired upon them as they advanced, and then springing from their covers attacked them with bayonets and clubbed muskets, or in some cases with knife or bare hands, throttling and stabbing each other, and sometimes dying in each other's embrace. It was at this time that the signal guns were heard from the fort, an evidence to the Americans of the sortie asked for by General Herkimer, and anxious to close the engagement, Colonel Butler executed a stratagem that nearly accomplished that object. He so changed the dress of a detachment of Royal Greens that they resembled Americans, using the hats of the dead patriots for the purpose. These men were made to approach from the direction of the fort, and were at first mistaken for reinforcements from the garrison. Directly in their path was Captain Jacob Gardiner and some of his Caughnawaga men. The burly captain, his only weapons his knife and short spear, was fighting with a group of Tories and Indians, while around him lay 4 of the enemy, slain by his hand. His experienced eye discovered the real character of the approaching masquerade, and ordering his men to fire upon them, and rushing upon them himself, followed by some of his men, upwards of 30 of the Tories were slain, and the remainder fled in disorder. The Indians, perceiving with what order the Americans opposed the enemy, tired and sulky after 6 hours' furious fighting, raised the retreating cry of "Oonah! Oonah!" and fled in every direction, while the Tories, perceiving that their allies had deserted them, also retreated, leaving the Tryon County militia and volunteers masters of the field. After the action General Herkimer was taken to his own house, which is still standing, about 3 miles east of Little Falls, on the south bank of the Mohawk River, where his leg was amputated 9 days after the battle. It is said to have been done in the most unskilful manner, the leg having been cut off square, without allowing flesh enough below the bone to form the proper flaps to cover the wound, whereby the flow of blood was with difficulty staunched. Colonel Willett called to see him soon after the operation, and found him sitting up in his bed, as cheerful as usual, smoking his pipe. Hemorrhage ensued, and toward evening the general became convinced that his end was near. He called for his Bible and read composedly in the presence of his family and others the 38th Psalm, applying the penitential confessions to his own case. His voice gradually grew weaker, the book slipped from his nerveless fingers, and sinking back on his pillow, General Herkimer, a Christian hero, died. A description of the Mohawk Valley in 1757 is found in the Documentary History of New York. The writer starts from Shawinigan, Oswego, and follows the Oswego and Oneida rivers to Oneida Lake, thence through the lake to Wood Creek, which he ascends to Fort Bull, and thence across the carrying place to Fort Williams, Rome, on the Mohawk River. Sailing, or rather poling, down the river he reaches Fort Kouari, Fort Herkimer, on the right or south bank of the river. This fort is thus described. It is a large 3-story stone building with portholes at each story, and likewise in the basement for cross-firing. There are some small pieces above. The house is covered with plank and shingles. It is built as a store and depot for Chewagan (Oswego). It is surrounded by a ditch at a distance of about 30 feet. This ditch is 6 foot deep and 7 feet wide. The crown of the ditch is planted with palisades in an oblique form. Behind these there is a parapet of earth, so as to be able to fire over the palisades. The 4 angles of this parapet, which is at the back of the ditch, form as it were 4 little bastions that reciprocally flank each other. On the west side is a house apart from the large one. It backs against the parapets of the palisades, and serves as a barrack and guardhouse. There are 2 doors to the large building. The one on the north is a small swing door. The large door of the house is on the south side. Opposite this fort is a small cultivated island, which can be reached at low water by fording. From Fort Kouari to Fort Canajoharie, Indian Castle, is 4 leagues. The inhabitants of this country are Palatines, or Germans. Fort Canajoharie is situated on the south side of the Mohawk River. It is a square of 4 bastions of upright pickets joined with lintels. They are 15 feet high, about 1 foot square, with portholes inserted from distance to distance, with a stage all around to fire from. The fort is 100 paces on each side. It is not surrounded by a ditch. There are some small pieces of cannon at each of its bastions, and a house at each curtain to serve as a store and barrack. 5 or 6 families of Mohawk Indians reside outside the fort. This fort was built in 1756 by Sir William Johnson. Previous to that time there was a blockhouse situated on a hill on the opposite side of the creek. Indian Castle was the home of Joseph Brant and King Hendrick and Molly Brant after Sir William Johnson's death, until the flight of the Mohawks to Canada. It is said that Molly Brant furnished her brother with valuable information in regard to General Herkimer's movements previous to the Battle of Oriskany. The distance from the above fort to Fort Hunter is about 12 leagues. About 100 houses at a greater or less distance are found within this length of road. There are some situated about half a league in the interior. The inhabitants of this section compose a militia company of 100 men. Fort Hunter is situated on the border of the Mohawk River, and is of the same form as that of Canajoharie, with the exception that it is twice as large. There is a church or temple in the middle of the fort, Queen Anne's Chapel. From Fort Hunter to Schenectady, or Corlear, is 7 leagues, and 20 or 30 houses are found within this distance. The inhabitants of this section are Dutch. They form a company with some others on the left bank, about 100 strong. Schenectady or Corlear is situated on the bank of the river and is a village of about 300 houses. From Schenectady to Orange, Albany, is estimated to be 6 or 7 leagues. This is all that relates to the right or south bank of the Mohawk. Beginning again at Fort Williams, Rome, the record describes the country along the left or north bank of the Mohawk. Leaving Fort Williams, the village of the Palatines is estimated to be 12 leagues. All the country between Little Falls and Rome, on both sides of the Mohawk, was known as the German Flats, and was the home of most of the Palatines that moved from Schoharie Valley in 1722. The Palatine village was known as German Flats, and was situated about a half-mile above Fort Kouari, on the opposite side of the bank, now known as Herkimer. During the Revolution, a fort was built at Herkimer and called Fort Dayton. In 1757, the Palatine village, which consisted of 30 houses, was destroyed and burnt by a detachment of about 300 Indians and Frenchmen, under Monsieur de Belestre. The inhabitants of this village formed a company of 100 men bearing arms. Total population about 300 men, women, and children, 102 of whom were made prisoners, and the remainder fled to Fort Kouari, except a few who were killed while fording the river. From Palatine village to the Little Falls, still continuing on the left bank of the Mohawk, is estimated about 3 leagues. In this distance there are but 8 houses, which have been abandoned. The portage at Little Falls is a quarter of a league and is passed with carts. From the portage to Colonel Johnson's mansion is 12 leagues. In the whole of this distance the soil is good. About 500 houses are erected at a distance one from the other. The greater number of those on the bank of the river are built of stone. Those at a greater distance from the river, in the interior, are only half a league off. They are the new settlements and are built of wood. 2 of these old stone buildings are still to be seen from New York Central trains north of the track: the Ailey House, east of Fort Plain, built in 1752, and the Fry House, west of Palatine Bridge, built in 1739. There is not a fort in the whole distance of 12 leagues. There is but one house, built of stone, that is somewhat fortified and surrounded with pickets, the Fry House. The inhabitants are Germans. They form 4 companies of 100 men each. Colonel Johnson's mansion is situate on the border of the left bank of the Mohawk River. It is 3 stories high, 2 stories and attic, built of stone with portholes and a parapet, and flanked with 4 bastions on which are some small guns. In the same yard on both sides of the mansion there are 2 small houses. That on the right of the entrance is a store, and that on the left is designed for workmen, negroes, and other domestics. The yard gate is a heavy swing gate, well ironed. It is on the Mohawk River side. From this gate to the river there is about 200 paces of level ground. It is said that the buildings were enclosed in a stockade during the French War. A small rivulet coming from the north empties itself into the Mohawk about 200 paces below the enclosure of the yard. The Canajoharie Creek, said to have given the name to the famous patent. On this stream there is a mill about 50 paces distant from the house. Below is the miller's house, and on the other side of the creek, 100 paces from the mill, is a barn in which fodder and cattle are kept. 150 paces from Colonel Johnson's mansion at the north side, on the left, east bank of the little creek, is a little hill on which is a small house with portholes, where is ordinarily kept a guard of honor of some 20 men, which serves also as an advance post. From Colonel Johnson's house to Schenectady is counted as 7 leagues. The road is good, all sorts of vehicles pass over it. About 20 houses are found from point to point on this road. The Mohawk River can be forded during summer a league and a quarter west of Schenectady. Opposite Schenectady the traverse is usually by a ferry boat and bateau. Going from Schenectady to the mouth of the Mohawk River where it discharges into the Orange (Hudson), there is a great falls (Cohoes) which prevents the passage of bateaux, so that everything on the river going from Schenectady to Orange (Albany) passes over the highroad that leads there direct. In the whole country of the river Corlear (Mohawk) there were 9 companies of militia under command of Colonel Johnson. 8 only remain, that of the village of the Palatines being no longer in existence, the greater portion having been defeated by M. de Bellestré's detachment. Colonel Johnson assembles these companies when he has news of any expeditions which may concern the Mohawk River. In the latter part of April, 1757, on receiving intelligence by the savages that there was a strong detachment descending the river St. Lawrence and entering Lake Ontario, he assembled these companies and went to the village of the Palatines, where he was joined by another body of 1,200 men sent him by the commandant of Orange. This formed in all a force of 2,000 men. He entrenched himself at the head of the Palatine village, where he remained in camp 15 days, and did not retire until he received intelligence that the French detachment seen on the St. Lawrence River had passed by and taken the route to Belle Rivière, Ohio. In 1900, a century and a half after the above record was made, in company with Professor J. A. Maney, I traversed the same section of the Mohawk, not by bateau and rude carts, but by railroad, in true 19th century style. The objective point was Rome, in search of data in relating to the battle of Oriskany and the siege of Fort Schuyler. We did not succeed in finding any evidence of the fort; in fact, we had some difficulty in finding anyone that had ever heard of it. We were finally, however, directed to its site, in the center of the city, and near the border of the Mohawk River. Nothing remains to mark the spot of that heroic resistance of a handful of sturdy pioneers who by their valor turned back to Canada the hordes of savages and Tories under St. Leger, Sir John Johnson, Butler, and Joseph Brant, and thereby assisted materially in defeating the plans of General Burgoyne, and thus led to the surrender of the British troops at Saratoga. A glance at the map of New York State will show that the Mohawk River rises just over the border of Lewis County in the town of Lewis and under the shadow of Mohawk Hill. Although flowing in a southerly direction until it reaches the vicinity of Rome, like many a mountain stream with its numerous curves it seems to flow in the direction of every point of the compass. West of Rome is a small stream running parallel with the Mohawk, called Wood Creek, distance from the said river about 2 miles. The slight elevation of land between, however, is sufficient to turn the waters of Wood Creek and Oneida Lake, and through Oswego River, to Lake Ontario, and thence to the Gulf of St. Lawrence. The Mohawk bending to the east finally reaches the Atlantic Ocean through the Hudson River and New York Bay. There were 2 routes for the Indians in their birchen canoes to the Mohawk Valley, one by the way of Lake Champlain and Lake George, and the other up the St. Lawrence and around the east coast of Lake Ontario to Oswego River, thence up the river and Oneida Lake to the mouth of one of its small tributaries, Wood Creek, thence up Wood Creek to a point 2 miles from the present site of the city of Rome, where the canoes were carried across the divide to the Mohawk River and thence down to the Hudson. When the Dutch established themselves in the lower Mohawk Valley, hunters and traders, the coureurs de bois of the Dutch, used the Mohawk River and the Indian canoe to penetrate to the home of the Iroquois in quest of game and furs. As the valley became settled by venturesome resident traders, supplies were transported to them in canoes or flatboats, which on their return brought peltries, potash, and the produce of their limited acres. Niagara, or Canagera, as it was called by the Iroquois, early became an important trading post with the farther Indians, both to the English and French, and the establishment of a post at Irondequoit and the building of a fort at Chuguen (Oswego) in 1725 called for improvements in the mode of navigating the Mohawk. Flatboats called bateaux were constructed and propelled by paddles, poles, and sail. But it was not until 1792 that the Inland Lock and Navigation Company made any decided improvements in the river bed and carrying places. At that time the channel was deepened, canals dug at Little Falls, and across the carry between Wood Creek and the Mohawk River. I have often thought that this work was probably the incentive to Governor Clinton to build his Big Ditch a quarter of a century later. After this long digression we will continue our journey from Rome eastward. From the very start we found difficulty in tracing the channel of the river from the windows of the car. For 45 miles the river runs its tortuous, erratic course, marked by its borders of low willows and occasional majestic elms, through the German Flats, or until it reaches the vicinity of Herkimer. We were impressed with the uniform width of its channel, which has the appearance of the Erie Canal before it was enlarged. In fact, its channel through the German Flats seems to retain evidence of work done by the Inland Lock and Navigation Company. For a number of miles we have been steaming along the south bank of the river, but a short distance east of Utica we cross to the north side, and so continue on to our journey's end. This is probably the place where Herkimer crossed the Mohawk with his troops en route to Fort Schuyler. A little earlier in the day we had left the New York Central at Oriskany, en route to the battlefield and the scene of the fatal ambuscade. A hurried departure from Rome obliged us to leave the table at the Stanwicks before dinner was served, and although our roughed tempers were somewhat smoothed by the hurried eating of a sandwich hurriedly made, we still felt the need of victuals and drink. Although this quiet little village with its famous battlefield along its borders could not supply us with all that we desired, we however succeeded at last in securing a vehicle for our 2 miles' ride over the hills to the fatal ravine, and with the sheriff of Oneida as our guide and factotum, and with the rattle of wagon spokes that kept time to the beat of the horses' hoofs, followed nearly the same route as Herkimer and his impetuous soldiers. The weather was all that could be desired, but the landscape view was not very inspiring, as we were at least a mile away from the range of low hills that mark the north boundary of the valley, and the only evidence of the Mohawk River was a line of low bushes about 3/4 of a mile away, while apparently limitless miles of flat land seemed to stretch away east and west. But it was the ravine that was the object of our pilgrimage. As we neared the spot, the tall granite monument, 80 feet high, erected by the Oneida County Historical Society in 1876, met our sight and marked the spot we were in search of. A few minutes more, and the ravine, the adjacent hills, and the fatal morass were before us. At present the ravine is spanned by a causeway over which passes the main road from Utica to Rome. A narrow arch of stone under the causeway forms a passage for the small creek that produces the morass and swampy flats to the north. A narrow ditch now confines the stream and makes comparatively dry the spot at the bottom of the ravine where the corduroy road formerly crossed, although the western slope halfway to the top still gives evidence of the marshy character of the soil. Accompanying this sketch are photographs of this historic spot, which I trust will enable the reader to comprehend the locality of the battlefield. View number 1 shows the eastern hill and slope to the rivulet below, which is seen at the lower right-hand corner. On each side of the rivulet is still seen portions of the old log road, which marks the spot where the slaughter of the American troops was the greatest, as they were massed near the only crossing that led through the morass. See also view number 2. At the time of the attack, all of the troops except Colonel Vischer's Caughnawaga regiment were in the hollow and climbing the western slope, shown in view number 3. The baggage wagons were yet toiling down the eastern slope, and Vischer's men were massed where the farm buildings are seen at the top of the hill. Both hills were covered with tall pines, oaks, and maples, while the bottom of this little valley was covered with low trees, bushes, and swamp grass. At the present time these hills and the surrounding country are entirely cleared of the forest, and cultivated land is seen in every direction. Even the field where the great struggle and subsequent victory took place is now occupied by a thrifty potato patch. On the eastern plateau is the battle monument, and in the center of the photograph, on the horizon line, is a black mark that looks like a crooked tenpenny nail. This is a picture of the writer, marking the spot where formerly stood the tree under which the wounded general sat directing the battle. Number 4 is a closer view of the monument, and one of the group at its base is pointing out the fatal ravine to a party of visitors who were born and brought up at the old village of Whitestown, 6 miles away, but were ignorant of the circumstances of the battle or the points of interest that surrounded us. This is not at all singular, but is only another evidence of the all-absorbing spirit of the 20th century, the living for the present and the temporal care for the future, and the willingness to leave the past to aged dreamers whose only pleasures, alas, may be the dreams of earlier days. End of chapter 21. Recording by Roger Melin. End of The Mohawk Valley, Its Legends and Its History by W. Max Reed.